Hello and welcome. It's Saturday, August 1, 2026. As we say in Nigeria, Happy New Month. It's a new month and very important month, the most important month of the year, I think, for Nigeria, because election 2027 is starting officially this month. It's starting this month. So here are the stories that are making news all across Nigeria, Africa, and the world. So I think the best way to start is to start with an apology. No, not from me, from a man of God.
I'm going to be apologizing for making a mistake, for saying that if you don't pay tithe, you might not make it to heaven.
Wait. Did I just hear him? If you don't pay tithes, you won't make it to heaven. That it was a mistake?
I'm sorry. That's wrong.
Wow. Clap for the man. It's not easy for a man to come out and say, I was wrong. I made a mistake. I read the Bible. I misread what is in the Bible. It was written in English. It was written in Yoruba, but I misread it and I told you guys something that was wrong. I'm sorry. This is a great man. This is a great man. I'm telling you. Let's say him.
That's not in the Bible.
Wow. It's not in the Bible. Do you know how many other things that are not in the Bible that they've said at the pulpit? Do we know? But give it to the man. Give it to the man. So is he going to refund all the tithes that were paid? Is he going to refund that? No, seriously. Including the ones that people stole money from the government, government positions where they were to pay the tithes. Even women that took the cars that were given to them by their husband. Is he going to refund the money? Is that going to happen? I don't know. I'm just trying to find out. Anyway, so that's a good way to start, and we give credit to him, because some people will stick to their guns. They refuse to come out and say they were wrong. But this is a man of God, honorable man of God. So thank you, Pastor Adeboye. Thank you so much for being a great man to come out and say you were wrong. So we go from there to political news, where people are never wrong, never apologize. No, seriously. Let me start with something that will interest you. I know that we made fun of the First Lady when she talked about akara and quickly and giving people money to start business of frying akara, and but now something has changed. Something changed. Let me start from the beginning. Let me show you this. This was a picture, a story from 2023 during the campaign. The First Lady came out and told us, I begged Shetima's wife to give me 2 million naira. 2 million, just 2 million. She had no money. She had to beg. Now, fast forward to this present time, 2026, as we approach the next election. This is what she's saying now. Why I don't beg. Remi Tinubu does not beg anybody. Why would she beg? Let me read you the exact quote. I don't beg. God told me not to beg. This God, In 2023, God told her to go and beg Shetima's wife. But now God told me not to beg. It is whatever he provides that I work with. Yeah. I am teaching you how to learn contentment and not begging. Remi Tinubu. You see, he wants to say that there is no food for lazy person. As if she's been hearing what we've been saying, Where are you getting the money that you are giving out, the billions and billions? She said in that talk that well-meaning individuals are supporting her initiatives. Well-meaning. Do we know these people? No. What are they getting for supporting you? We don't know. See, this is a sign that we're still very far away, far away from best practice. Very far away. But at least we know she's not begging. She doesn't beg. She used to beg in the past, but the God that was talking to her at that time was, she couldn't hear exactly what the God was saying. And now she doesn't beg. All right, moving on. There are so many serious stories in the news. Election, like I said, campaign will start this year, this month. And of course, people are moving, politicians are moving around and actions are taking place. Let's watch Doris Ogala. Doris Ogala, that's ANC, what's the party? Shore's party. What the hell? AAC, yeah, African Congress, African Action Congress. Yes, Doris from African Action Congress. This is, she discovered that in Abia State, she had to pay 150 million naira to put up a campaign billboard anywhere in Abia State. And she didn't like that. Watch out.
People are dying in the hospital. Workers are crying. Their salaries have not been paid. And you're imposing 150 million naira for a candidate. Where will I get the money from? Do I have a godfather who has stolen government funds? I should pay 150 million. I dare anybody to try and touch my billboard. All of us, we can pay without billboard in this state. No wonder. We can play without people in this state.
All right, that was Doris, Shore's party's candidate in Abia State for governor. I don't know. I still don't know whether it's really true that Abia State is imposing that kind of fee on everybody. I don't know if it makes sense. I don't know why the governor will do that. It doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be an issue that the government of Abia State should be doing, but that's something to look into. OT sometimes. They're all politicians. I don't know how they think, all of them. Anyway, but let's talk about bishops. So remember, in 2023, Bola Tinubu's APC, they rolled out their bishops, their bishops to political events and campaigns. So it was surprising. This week, some real bishops went to Aso Rock. Oh yes, they went to Aso Rock, and they spoke to the president. They told the president what was really going on in the country. It was unbelievable. Things that you don't say in the face of the president, they did it. They were not scared. It didn't go very well. Let me play you a video of one of the participants, retired Archbishop or Cardinal from Lagos State. He went on Channel TV to explain what happened at that meeting. Let's watch.
How did I see the face of
the president in reaction?
I was not surprised that he was not looking very happy. No, even his colleagues who were there. We knew that this is different from the kind of statements that our president keeps receiving from all kinds of people. And that is one of the things that worries us, that there are so many people hanging around Mr. President, giving him a rosy picture of what the country is, which it is not. And we felt that we have no duty to do that. Indeed, we have the obligation to help him to appreciate the reality of the situation in which we find ourselves. And that is the reality that we painted, which I know is not the kind of thing that he wanted to hear. And the reply shows very clear.
I'm concerned that your cross is going over your microphone.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, and you can see his reply. We left that hall, both sides, knowing that Well, we said what we had to say. He said what he had to say.
So was it a frosty meeting? Would you describe it as fairly frosty? Because, I mean, many Nigerians have become accustomed to polite meetings between religious leaders and political leaders.
When the nation is bleeding, you can't expect a polite meeting with the head of state. We need to let him know. And his reply is that the nation is not bleeding. We told him our economy is not helping our poor people. He told us the economy is doing fine. Practically speaking, he told us quite clearly that he did not agree with us. Again, I said, we're not surprised. We didn't expect him to agree with us. We have done our duty. We have delivered our message. And we have a feeling that somehow along the line, somebody will show him a few of the things we said.
All right. That was the bishop talking about what happened at the meeting. But let's hear the president, because the president responded to them, and we have the video.
Yes. Before I was born, there was a young guy in this country. And I have no control of the population development of Nigeria, trajectory. And that is why you have membership in your various faiths and churches, to give hope to people and give commitment to humanity and the true sense of it.
What? Wow. Before the president was born, we don't know when he was born, but all that we know is that before he was born, there was poverty in the country. So why are you making it look like, it just started under him? Very good point, Mr. President. And then he told them, it's your job to give hope to the people. Forget about renewed hope, the agenda and all those are nonsense. It's the job of the churches to give hope to people. Don't push it to the president. Come on. What are you doing then if you're not giving hope to the people? What are you doing? All right, let's hear the president more.
Our founding fathers did their best. They left us a nation, and we owe it to our generations yet unborn to build a nation of unity, stability, and prosperity for the future.
Yes. A nation of unity and prosperity for the future. Once he uses prosperity, he's done. Any other person staying there talking anything else, he's gone. The president is gone. Meanwhile, I told you that the election is moving on straight, and we saw the commissioner of police. They are very important people at this point. If you're a candidate and you're running for office, you want your votes to count, you want your supporters to come out and vote, you better know the commissioner of police. If you have a party event, especially where there is a Owambe or where you have to invite it. So the commissioner of police in Lagos State showed up at the City Boy movement event in Lagos. Let's watch the way he walked in, majestically, like one of the city boys. He owned the city. He is the commissioner. He's the man in charge. Watch him. Oh yeah. See move. Because he's wearing uniform. I think he cannot be part of the city boys. If you own the city, look at him. Look at him. Now that didn't end there. He went inside and rubbed shoulders with the owners of the city. Let's watch him.
The CP, Tijani Fatai, and his entourage, and please, we welcome them.
That's the man. That's the man. And Tinubu was talking about INEC. The INEC is neutral. INEC is not bothering the opposition. The police is neutral. They are not bothering the opposition. You know, everything is going well. Why are people complaining? You know, at the beginning, I talked about Remi Tinubu and, you know, the idea of giving people money to start doing business, you know, Akara business and stuff like that. But if you're actually a city boy or one of the top people who are important in the nation, there's a special gift that the campaign of APC, Tinubu, special gift they give to people who are important, like this one. Watch. All right, that was the gift that people are getting, the real people who are important. If you are not important, to give you a akara and kurokuri to go and eat. All right, so moving on, we have to round up. We are there's so many stories in the news every week, you know, and they give you insight where things are in the country. But there's something that happened. Shetima, you know, he got the ticket, so he's been moving around doing things, you know, as vice president and maybe the heir apparent, because if he stays with Tinubu for another 4 years, if they win, I don't think anybody will stop him. So recently he went to Benin Republic to look at the things that are going well, to learn, you know, study their economic policy and economic success story. You know, this were people. I think he was one who was actually laughing at P2B last election when he went to Egypt to understudy their power plan. But they sent him to Benin Republic, not Egypt, not South Africa, not Benin Republic, and this is the trip.
Kashim Shettima, accompanied by 6 state governors, toured the Glojigbe industrial zone in Cotonou, describing it as an African success story in value addition and manufacturing. He pledged that Nigeria will replicate key aspects of Benin's industrial zone as 8 agro-industrial processing zones are developed across the country.
We are overwhelmed. I want to commend the government of people of Benin Republic for being intentional in this their drive for industrialization.
I still don't understand. 2026, a television station in Nigeria, especially NTA, but this one is News Central, cannot give us a good audio. But anyway, that was Shetima in Benin Republic, Cotonou, looking at their industrial success story. But he also met somebody. I think he traveled to Maiduguri and met an Igbo man who told him that he's not in support of Biafra, and the man was happy to meet him and look at the encounter. Watch.
Ba magana Biafra. To bande na je wana a gari kuma ina zan je oga. Sai dai addu'a oga. Kai dan kasa ne. Kasan ku ne ba wanda zai kore ka. Amin oga. Amin oga. Kai yamurin arewa ne. Iyo shala iri hada mu. For our grandfather, they know some women will divide. Sorry, how come say you bang Allah na? Na gode fa. Na ba ka kawai. Yara mun na a cikin kwana uku nan za su yi tsoron abin da
I was actually shocked that he called him Nyamere. I didn't think that I thought it was a bad thing to call Igbo people. I don't know. What do I know? I don't know. But anyway, this is the encounter. And you look at Shettima. Shettima is always not smooth, not comfortable. I don't. There's something about him. Maybe I'm misreading him. This is an opportunity to show his human side, and he doesn't smile. I sound like Trump. Which brings me to the final. No, not necessarily the final. There's one other story I want to put out there. Oh, we are totally out of time. But let me get this out. There's something that happened in Spain. So migrants invaded this Spanish island from Morocco, and they scared everybody around the world. I can tell you the MAGA movement in America were scared. Everybody in Europe, UK scared. This is what Africans plan to do. Let's watch. That was scary, you know, if you think about it. Just imagine 50,000 people running into your country. I mean, people. I'm not talking about people who cross over Nigeria. Those are our brothers and sisters, according to Balaus Mohammed, governor of Abuja State. You know, but this scared them. It scared Spain. They had to send in the troops. Okay, finally, I don't know. We don't get a chance to talk about the President Donald Trump, how he's doing. He's been wonderful. He stopped another war. He stopped the Iranian war with Iran I think he stopped it more than 10 times now. But he stopped another one with Gaza, and we talk about that later today. Hamas and Israel stopped that one instantly. So I lost count how many wars he stopped. Let's end with this video of Americans, you know, being asked about Trump and what they said. Watch.
President?
Absolutely. I mean,
look, do you think he's the greatest president of all time?
Oh, I think absolutely he's the greatest president. I mean, look at he's brought all these wars to an end, 8 wars in there, and he's protecting our country from being nuked.
What were the 8 wars he stopped?
I don't know them all offhand, but he stopped them over.
Yeah. Do you know? Can you name a couple?
Tell him, Gail.
Well, yeah. What were the wars that he stopped?
Look, other countries. Talk to him. I'll think of them.
Yeah. Just one war that he stopped.
Do you know any? I can't think of one now.
He says it.
There are so many. I mean, I understand why
you can't name one.
There are so many wars he stopped. You know, so. We talk about how he's doing and which one he stopped in Nigeria. Okay, until next time, take care.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So, you know, you should get a filter sometimes, you know, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Janaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Cyril, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is. And
you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. Sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%. Okay. You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. Can we arrest the meeting ground? Can we arrest the meeting ground? So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because he mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to manage them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make it.
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Anyway, we'll try to tolerate everyone's opinion. But I'll say that each time I listen to forefathers, I go with a neurological deficit. To be honest, like some kind of neuro that I get more blunt. In fact, if I listen to him for a whole year, I'll become an idiot. To be honest. Because I don't know, maybe the ancient stuff that he has in his background, maybe they whisper to him ancient things. He doesn't say anything modern, he doesn't say anything thoughtful. And I think that he should start becoming sensible, really, in his debate.
Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's Saturday, August 1. Happy New Month. I resisted it, but I'm joining them. Happy New Month. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate all of you. It's heating up, and we're in August. Most of you may not have seen the latest timetable for the election 2027. It starts this month. So we noticed that that is actually starting up because Atiku came back to the country. Once Atiku is back into Nigeria, that is an indication that something is about to happen. So Atiku came back. We will show you the video of his arrival and what followed. Political activities are going on. Shore is already talking about P2B again. So which tells you that everything is set. Kenneth Okonkwo is talking about P2B. You know, things are going well. But few things I didn't mention in that intro. In South Africa, the issue of xenophobic attack is still ongoing. AU is about to meet. South Africa was able to stop them from making it a topic in their agenda. Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, sent some people into Nigeria, delegates, to come and meet our people, and they were basically told that we don't have room for you. The same thing that happened to them in when he requested for a state visit to Ghana. But there's this musician from South Africa, Tyler, who wanted to come and perform in Nigeria in December. And people said, please don't try it now. Shore was an odd person who came out to say, you know, she should be allowed to perform in Nigeria. You know, we'll talk about that and see. I don't think Shore's idea that actors and actresses and musicians, they didn't have anything to do with what was going on. But the question I have was really, did they say anything? What was when this was happening? Did they come out to say this is not right? Because Julius Malema, you guys may know him, continued to say that you guys, my people, this is not the right way to go. Let me play a video of him that I saw recently.
Nigeria are owned by black Nigerians. They own properties. Nigerians in that entertainment industry, they are not competing with South Africa. They are competing with America.
Doctor, can you hear me?
When you see a Nigerian artist, when you see a music video of a Nigerian, you will mistaken it for Americans. They are moving. You are busy with machete. People are working on themselves. People are beginning to appreciate that there is nothing better about America. Africa is more beautiful and more richer than America. Even here in Africa, we can do it.
All right, that was Malema, always on the side of Nigeria, telling his people that, you know, you don't treat people this way. So the top stories today is Hamas talking about disarming in Gaza. We don't know whether it's going to happen or not, but Trump already came out to say that I've ended another war. People are taking issues with that, and both Hamas and Israel, they don't agree with what Trump is saying and the details. All right, let me welcome people who are here. Welcome to the show, Man of Prestige. Welcome. The World Cup is over, is it?
Yeah.
So, who won?
What do you mean who won?
I don't know.
The game was playing in Yasiri. The final was playing in Yasiri. I mean, don't be so daft, man.
That was the celebration. Those 50,000 immigrants went for celebration.
All right. Man of President, thank you so much for joining us, and I'll come back to you. Femi, thank you so much. Ike, thank you, and Mr. James, thank you. Ovie, thank you. All right, so let me get you, just go around, everybody, get any story you're interested in that that you think he has to get a kind of shout out on the story or let people know it's going on? Man of Prestige, let's start with you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Greetings, everybody. It's good to be back on the platform. And it's always very, but I've been listening sometime, But having said that, you played a video recently about Tyler. He has officially canceled the concert, which is good because we don't want her to come to our country and take our job. The South Africa say we are in South Africa taking their job. So let Tyler stay over there. If we don't want him to come to Lagos or Nigeria and take our job, it's good that he canceled it. I mean, there should be a reciprocity in that. Nigerian government should be bold and go after them. But you ask what is different. You already said that. The main story that is happening all over the country is Gianni Infantino. He, about trying to create a subsidiary, of FIBA, which is a commercial branch of a FIBA. That's supposed to have net the FIBA about 20 billion. I mean, it was a good idea, but this was structured under Joshua Kushner. It's the brother-in-law to Trump. Kushner, the younger brother. So he was supposed to be an investment in that. It's a private investment equity. I think it was under JT Morgan or something like that. I don't know the private, but the guy just do anything like he do. We know what happened during the World Cup, what he did and everything. But that wouldn't happen. But there's an underlying story to this story. Everybody, Dr. Damage. There's about 5 conferences in the FIBA. You have the Asian Conference, you have the UFA, you have the CAF, which is African Conference. You have the South American Conference and the CONCACAF, which combine North America and some Caribbean countries. So when this came out, UFA was the first to say, if we don't rescind this, we don't want it, we're going to boycott the World Cup. And guess another conference that spoke was the Asian Conference and the CONCACAF. But guess who is supporting it? Of course, it's the Africans. It's all about money. It's all about money. It's only CAF. I think South America didn't say anything, but CAF was supporting it. They are only about money. This is the problem with Africa. They don't reason. They don't know the implication of what Gianni Infantino was trying to do. Only Africa is supporting it, but right now they're going to pay for it because they're not respected. Instead of coming out to say something, of course, our man from Ovia side, he's from Delta. What's his name? Picnic. He said that it's good for Africa because Nigeria is supposed to benefit about 27 billion. But you don't know the implication. You are giving part of FIBA to a private company or the commercial part of it. That's going to change the way FIBA is supposed to be. FIBA has a lot of money. But right now, Gianni, whatever Infantino is supposed to run for re-election in March, I don't think he's going to get it. He has overplayed himself. So that's where we are in that regard. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Just to surprise you, Mr. Man of Prestige, I had the Ugandan football chairman talking about the money they were getting from FIFA. Why they supported it. They were saying that this stadium was built by FIFA. I didn't know that those things were going on, that FIFA was building stadium in Africa. So you have to understand, you have to pity them. Maybe without the money from FIFA, they won't be able to.
They don't collect the good.
They are not utilizing the money. This is the problem with Africa, particularly that picnic, the guy is one of the 37 members, in the board. They are not using the money. Look at our girls. Our girls playing in Morocco right now. They didn't have a single friendly. Look, that's why there's no synergy in the match they just lost to. They just lost to Malawi. Because there's no synergy. They didn't arrange any friendly. It doesn't matter what kind of talent you have. If you don't have a friendly, if there's no coherence, that's why they lost to Malawi. Because if you look at the match, Malawi, they play okay, but players were kind of lethargic. Our goalkeeper, Nado, the best goalkeeper in the world, he gave them, she gave them two free goal mistake. But that's another story. But the point I'm trying to make is that even all this money they give them, they're going to use it. Imagine what the NFA secretary said. The reason why he did not arrange match is because nobody wants to play Nigeria. Nobody wants to play the Falcons. What kind of nonsense is that?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Prestige. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning. I hear you. I don't know why you dabble into sports. Just stay in your lane, doctor.
Go ahead, Femi.
You just come here and be turning everything upside down. Anyway, so still on the in the sports fever.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Commonwealth Games, even though I caught up to it late, as well as ongoing WAFCON. But just to correct something, Man of Presi said, Nadozie is not the best goalkeeper in the world. Is the US goalkeeper. She's probably among the top 5 or so. Anyway, and when she was in PSG, she was easily probably one of the best goalkeepers in France. So I just feel it's nice to put that straight. But on to other things. Okay, I did mention that. I suspect you may have mentioned the Osun elections, the controversy that been brewing.
When is the election?
Doctor, me, I'm not interested in Nigerian election. I've told you we are wasting our time. We are wasting our time.
Yeah, well, I know.
What you meant to say, maybe I should edit it. What you meant to say is when is the next? We need to look for another word, but it's not election. Now,
selection.
In fact, it's no longer selection. Yeah, we have to find another word. Selection. I think you're doing injustice to selection. Although I'm not interested in Portable versus Okocha, but sometimes in Nigeria, if you don't laugh, you cry. So sometimes maybe we need, they canceled the rematch, Abi, and it's begging. Nigeria, we need content. We need more content creators. Since we can't create anything like ordinary tissue paper, so let's continue creating content. And of course, you probably may have mentioned the ongoing re-editing of history, how Abacha died. I've listened to all kind of variations of who was there, wasn't there. I listened to, I think it was some Omar Seye, and I forget who was the D. Was it DS? Amakri. I'm sure you saw that, the different variations of what both of them said versus what Al-Musafa has provided to us. So, I mean, it's still an ongoing conversation, and even as we find ourselves where we find ourselves. And finally, quite importantly for me personally, and I think maybe if everything is done right, finally someone has given a revelation. It just turned out to be Tinubu that implemented it. What some of us have been calling for, the NIMC amended act, whereby every single, we have like 1,000 different, you have NIN, you have BVN, you have, we like lining up for everything. So hopefully now that they've put over everything underneath one single umbrella, they will finally harmonize it so that the next time you, for example, doctor, you go back to Nigeria to do your FRSC driving license, so you stop driving illegally in Nigeria, you wouldn't have to line up for too long. So I'll keep it that way. But of course, we're very interested in the ongoing issue with between Iran and the US, especially on one hand, and how they're trying to harmonize that one too with the Ukrainian conflict. And for those again who feel that talking about Nigeria without talking about the world means that we're talking nonsense. Maybe by the time all of us start, see, doctor, go and learn how to ride bicycle again, or maybe donkey, or the way we used to walk from maybe for someone like you, maybe from, in my own case, from Akoka to Bariga, we might start walking again. It's not a joke.
Okay, thank you. Ike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy to be here. I think I have to say that the governor of Osun State, Adeleke, I have no sympathy for him because he felt that by accord, trying to say they are going to support Tinubu for presidential election, that is the only way he can become governor of Osun State. But I'm sorry for him because that is a state that Tinubu wants to take by any means. So I'm sorry for him that he has come out in public to say that Accord Party is going to support Tinubu for second term, thinking that is the easy way for him to win his governorship election in Osun State. But I'm sorry for him because he has shot himself on the foot. That's the state that Tinubu want to take by all means. All this What this peace accord they went yesterday, bishops and all those things are just talk. At the end of the day, that is going to be a first-time governor. Is going to go. So people like him and people I do not have sympathy for in Nigeria because he felt he needed power. He wanted to go back for the second time. And I think by doing it, he's doing what he's doing, thinking, but this man will tell him, okay, listen, APC, back down. That's the state they want to take, and they need it. I'll leave it for now.
All right. Thank you so much. The election will take place on August 15th. I think that will be 2 weeks from now. All right. Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm interested in the South African delegation that went to Nigeria and the Nigerian government snubbed them. I think the government is just pretending because a lot of things are happening behind the scene. The relationship between Nigeria, instead of wasting time, why not just make it a topic so that
All right, yeah, it's going to be a topic when we talk about South Africa in all dimensions.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. It's
okay, so I better reserve my comment.
Okay.
Better reserve my comment.
All right, thank you. Ovie, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Femi, I think you might have to take well, maybe you say you don't live in New York before. Dr. Dameji has never stopped working. So you don't need to, he lives in New York. Everybody in New York works. I don't know how they do it, but it's actually possessing it. Dr. Dameji, I think 3 things happened this week that they needed to pay attention to. One, Nigeria, when APC chairman came out to say that there's no way you can be holding the political office and be hiding under your title as a technocrat. There's nothing like that. So everybody that collect appointment should roll up his or her sleeve and start mobilizing. I think that is very important because obedience they only follow within the peace will do next. So I want our own police unit agent because even the military guard that are coming in, all of them could join. We will follow to the police unit agent. That's one. In America here, I think I don't know if you will pay attention to the ChatGPT, the cloud. I mean, all the AI warehouse acquiring rare books, and they are destroying them pretty much. They are they are shredding all the books. And you came to mind. You always advise people to write books, but I think you should add this to it that people should start buying books. If there's any book that you know that's out there that is important to you, especially those books that are rare, that are limited in print or they're no longer in print, they are destroying them in their millions because the future says that would they buy knowledge now? Maybe your great-grandchildren. The way they throw around books, we know one is another thing. They will come, they have to be subscribing to pay for common things that we take for granted. Then the revolution that is happening in New York, when Mandani came out to say they are going to establish state-run grocery store. In New York, I don't know if they borrow and they have 5 boroughs that they are going to start with 5 boroughs. So the first few months of the grocery opening, they will get 30% off bread, milk, and all that things. But as time go on, they will subsidize the price. So, and I think that's the next thing. I think that the whole nation will gravitate towards that, regardless of how they will mismanage those kind of pretty much close to free things. I think is the next thing. The whether win or the current capitalist system that they are currently building in terms of the cloud capitalism will win. But I think with the way they are planning it in New York, the way they are talking about it, and going by the fact that Democrats pretty much own the media, they will market it in a way that even people for Idaho or North Dakota will start asking for their own grocery store too. We might be witnessing a revolution that will come and take over the world in the next couple of years if the rate that they are going, they succeed. So
All
those
right.
are
Thank you, Ovie. You mentioned something that made me think. I had that, I still use CDs. I don't download music and stuff like that. I'm not yet there. But I had that people are worried about ownership. That when they're moving us to the point where you don't really own anything. People don't own movies. It's not like if you want to watch any movie, you go and bring it. So if Netflix, I subscribe to that, and you want to watch something and it's not there anymore, even if you paid for the past 10 years, but you don't own anything, so you can't watch it. So anyway, it's something important to think about. All right, Masca, welcome to the show.
All right, good evening, Mr. Rudolph, and good evening, everybody. I think the most interesting topic for me is the fact that a South African artist is coming to Nigeria. That's the one that I would wait for.
Is she still coming?
No, it has been cancelled.
Yeah.
I don't know whether she's still coming, but
No,
I know
no,
a lot of people who are pushing back, and I will support a pushback.
Yeah.
But I will wait when the topic is up for
discussion. I have a different case. That too. But Dr. Dameji, let me call you out.
You wait now.
Oh, sorry. I think they don't.
Masca, you're looking 20 years younger. What happened? I thought it was your junior brother or your son.
I swear to God, I thought the same thing. I want as well as Masca.
I could not believe my eyes.
Maybe
What
because
happened?
I'm wearing cap.
No, you just look younger.
Maybe you've not seen me for a long time.
No, there's something going on. Fountain of Youth.
Well, you should find out.
He looks younger as always, but now only when you flex with the muscle. Then you say in doctor they don't get PhD. Then you got to talk. Who's this man? Maybe now waiting they confuse you with that.
All right, let him finish. Master, go ahead.
Well, no, at me, I'll wait until I'm sure we are just doing the rounds.
Yeah,
So
okay, all right.
The thing is up for discussion, and then maybe I can try and address Femi's concerns. Why instead of growing older, I'm growing younger.
Okay, KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dam. I decided to breeze in because I probably not be here tomorrow. Tomorrow is my birthday, and
oh yes.
A lunch in the capital with a very important gentleman. So I may not be available, but it's good to be here, and I thank all of you.
So we are not important. I thought we are family.
My friend,
after 4 years of being together, I'm heartbroken.
So, man of prestige, good to see all of you, Mr. James, and every one of you. Masca, yeah, I think if you tell me as a picture expert, I would say because of the light and the background that he has changed, and the color of his shirt suits very well with the curtain behind him. So that gives him. All right, I haven't said that. Go ahead to say, Dr. Rudolph, I expected you to catch what is going on. Rudolph, what's her name now? Doris Ogale was in Abia State to give a sound warning to the governor.
I played the video. I talked about that.
Okay, and then of course the security meeting that they had in the southeast, saying that the southeast is now the most endangered part of Nigeria, and federal government was sounding a warning to the. So I'm wondering how that is, because it's difficult to understand why they hold a South Eastern Governors Security Forum to discuss the according to them, government cannot fold its hands and watch the Southeast go into, in their own word, going to, So we are wondering, by the statistics available, Southeast still remains the most peaceful part of Nigeria. So we're really wondering what is going on. Then there was a very big meeting in Umuahia, where our uncle, Aguirensi, was the governor. Alex Oti again was able to put together a very high-powered 60 years remembrance for him, on which his brother, one of his relatives, spoke very eloquently about the importance of argumency. Yeah, so it was a kind of maybe I would say the first time that such a high-powered people will have met on behalf of Ironsi, who otherwise was actually relegated to the backburners of Nigerian history. So I would have loved to see that and to know that Decree 34, even though it was one of the reasons why he died, we are still using Decree 34 today to govern Nigeria. So for me, that would have been a very good point to discuss, because we didn't do away with Decree 34. Rather, we are bringing it forward and insisting that Decree 34 has to be used instead of true federalism. So it's Nigeria is a contract of very interesting place to analyze politically and otherwise. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you,
Doctor.
KJ.
Before you start, I know there's a topic you might not get to before you go. About I think 2-3 weeks ago, you won't try school me when I did tell you say those people that they recruit now as vigilante, they'll be your next police. They tell me you want them. I said those are the Nigerians that will wear state uniform. I'm surprised to see it on one of your topics that 5 states have adopted that strategy, and they're going to convert their current security architecture to the state police, which is exactly what I told you. But you stood your ground. You said, I don't know whether they talk. I go they talk as usual. And I go they talk. But here we are.
Rudolph, if you allow me to just buttress a bit, you see, we are also careful to say, to remind everybody that we said here that eventually all these repentant terrorists are going to be part of those that will form these organizations. And my fear is that these are the models that have been used in other places in the world. Turkey being one of the chief places this have been used. And now we have Turkey soldiers and paramilitary training Nigerian soldiers. It'll be taken away from the Americans, given to Turkey. My question is, are we looking at an unfolding model on how to take down Nigeria and Islamize it? That's for all of us to be looking out for. Thank you.
All right. Just before we start, let me show you in Edo State, or VA's home state, they demonstrated their forest guards. Their training. They showed us off to the governor of the state. They just watch and comment at it.
Ogida Barracks in Benin City, the Edo State capital. 497 newly trained forest guards are all set to hit the ground running and make Edo State unbearable for criminals using thick forest as hideouts after unleashing mayhem.
He treated their stronghold.
Governor Pueblo tasked the newly trained forest guards to secure all ungoverned forest areas and.
Ovie,
yes.
Is that the best that your people can put up show? Is that the drill? They're using their mouth to make the sound of gunshot. Bo, 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 bo,
you want hear the sound of the gunshot?
Do they have bullets?
But that was funny though. I didn't expect that. Huh? If me about this small day village, they had me with my peers, But hey, you have to make do what you have. We are making progress, By the time they don't give us the official go ahead now, we keep there with AKs. But the most important thing is that yes, the security that they will be gathering, I think, is the most important thing about this forest guard and the state police of the day. We are going to have real native intel directly coming from the community to the central command. So I think to me, I pay attention to that more. Giving them guns, I don't know where we'll get there anytime soon. But again, that's another drill for 2.5 million votes. All the polling units are secured.
Yeah, Rudolph, did you discuss the issue of the bishops that are made to tell?
That's the first story we are
doing. Oh, great. That's why I came in.
Okay, we are starting with that. Like I mentioned at the beginning, Tinubu finally received real bishops at Aso Rock. Somebody sent me a message. He said that the reason why they came was that out of the, I think it was 9 billion they spent on churches and mosques, only 1 billion went to churches and 8 billion went to mosques, renovating mosques. That was why they went. But that's not the reason. Let's hear the spokesperson for the bishops and go.
There have been growing concerns about the electoral processes. We note the efforts being made to ensure that the elections are free, fair, and credible. It is our hope that you be on the forefront in demanding that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, delivers credible elections to ensure that Nigeria is set on the path of national development and integrity. This ought to start with making voters' cards easily available to all eligible voters and end with election results that reflect the true choice of Nigerians. Adequate and timely funding of INEC is required to ensure that the agency inspires the confidence of citizens.
All right, that was the president of the Bishops, Catholic Bishops Association in Nigeria, speaking in front of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This is Tinubu's response to them.
Yes. Before I was born, there was a hunger in this country. And I have no development of Nigeria, trajectory. And that is why you have membership in your various faiths and churches, to give hope to people.
Then he went on to say that in politics, everything is fair. Anything you do to win, that's what matters. It didn't go as planned. Let me hear what you guys think. Let me start with you, KJ.
Thank you so much. And I want to applaud the Catholic bishops. I say, if nobody will say it, they have taken the bull by the horn. And I'm happy, like I said, that they put it squarely on his table. So even if his handlers have not been telling him the truth, some group of people have told him the truth. And he has also given those people his own truth. His own truth is that hunger have always existed, and consequently, he can't do anything about it. His own truth is that everything is fair. All is fair in politics. All you need to do is win. His own truth is that the Nigerian police is not harassing the opposition. And INEC is fair, very fair to all. So when you see these things, you begin to know the reason that you know that anybody who comes and tell you nobody's telling Tinubu the truth, the person is lying. He knows the truth, but has chosen the alternative, which is what he has spoken. And I am glad if you go on to say one of the bishops I respect, Bishop Onaikon, went to TV to squarely say exactly what they told him. And he didn't miss word at all by saying, look, we told him the truth. He cannot say he doesn't know the truth. And we now know that he's not ready for a credible election. It's now clear. So every member of the fold, every parishioner in the Calico, as they call themselves, now knows that we're not doing politics on the fair ground. And it's unfortunate, Rudolph. It's very unfortunate. In fact, those statements he made is an impeachable offense. If it's where politics is being practiced, you cannot tell the people that you voted you in to remove hunger. In fact, in America here, you have agency that is fighting hunger. Do you understand what I'm saying? What do you think those agencies will be referring to? This is a soundbite, free of charge soundbite for them. Are you saying that it is a right thing for your country to have hungry people, and so there's nothing you can do about it? Then what is the purpose for your being a president of the nation? You came to enjoy the wealth of the people because you are not looking at somebody who is hungry. Did you come to spend the people's money on your own family because your family is not looking at people who are hungry? If you follow the news in Nigeria, you will have found out that one of the places that we all enjoyed in Abuja is the Jabi, the Jabi Park. Almost everybody who lives in Jabi Park, those of us who don't have the chance to be there on every day, go there every Saturday morning. Rudolph, you have about, sometimes you have up to 5,000 people who are in just that park doing all kinds of exercise. And then people also, making all kinds of activity go on there to keep, well, it's a fitness center. It's just an open park, but people turn it into a fitness center. People come there to jog, to do all kinds of things. Now, we can have taken that park, and that now here that park has been given over to Tinubu, his son, to Tinubu's son. Now, is that the governance that you see? Is that all that you see, to grab and take Nigerian property and our resources and make your family better for yourself? And the unfortunate thing is that some people are praising his responses. They are so. In fact, they tell you that, he answered very well. The bishop are trying to how is the bishop trying to put him down? The bishop are telling him, we are the people that meet to the ordinary people. This is what we see. This is how things are going. This is what they perceive, and this is what the reality. That's why we have come to you, because they all cannot meet you. So we are meeting you on behalf of the. Let's even reduce it, on behalf of the Catholics in Nigeria, and the Catholics in Nigeria are more than every other set if you put it together. Okay, now we are saying this is what you are saying, and you are saying it doesn't matter. All is fair. But you see on the news every now and then, in fact, the worst one was the one that just happened the day before the Catholic, some days before the Catholic bishop went there, which is with Peter Obi and Shehu. Okay, Peter Obi is an Igbo politician, okay, contesting the presidency. Now you have an opportunity to interview him. You are asking him if he should now look in the camera and assure the North why the North should not, why the North should trust an Igbo man. What nonsense! What arrant nonsense! You must be suffering from some form of mental problem to ask that question. Peter Obi was 6 years old when the war was being fought. Some of us didn't even know about the war. And do you ask Atiku when he's sitting in interview with you, will he look in the camera now and apologize to Nigerians for all the damages the Fulanis have been doing around the country and all the people who would have been killed? Do you ask Tinubu when he's sitting with you to say, can you look into the camera now and tell us that you did not forge a certificate, or you did not support Oduduwa movement, or you did not say in 1992 that you said you don't believe in Nigeria as a federation, that you want everybody to go their way? Why are you always bringing that burden on every Igbo man when you see? So that's a different case. But in this case, you see, the bishop came. They're not even Igbos, so that it's not even a question of say, okay, they're Igbos. These are bishops who came to meet with the president and to tell you our people are suffering, just like we have in the Bible. When King Solomon died, the elders gathered and went to his son and said to him, your father treated us so badly. Now, can you reduce the weight of governance upon us so that we can all govern you or can be your subject? And he said to them, if my father used Koboko, I'm going to use Scorpion to bite all of you. And that was the end of the republic. Okay, that was the end of that. And eventually, when the republic divided, he had only two. Two went to where he had only two to himself. So what am I saying? Is so English well made here for me to be able to express how I feel, because it was totally a slap on the Nigerian people, and I think it's so bad. His handlers are not telling the truth, and that's so bad. Thank you.
All right.
Because
Thank you,
I'm in public, okay? I'm in public. Because
I wanted to say that the government, the spokesperson for Tinubu, Buala, responded. Essentially sent these Catholic priests, and he connected them to P2B, and that they are basically doing the bidding of P2B. That's the interpretation people are giving to his response to that. Man of Prestige, did you watch?
No, sorry, just 1 minute. Does he know I don't think he's a Catholic. If he was a Catholic, you know that the Catholic bishop don't speak on behalf of anybody. And this Catholic bishop who even went, we are nice to him. If it was Onaikon or Anthony Okoji, okay, he won't have it that easy. They will look into his face and tell him rubbish. So what? Anyway, Daniel Bolo should even discuss him. Not worth it. Thank you.
All right, man of prestige.
Thank you, Dr. Damage. My first statement is to Ovie. Ovie, how come you did not update us about the Commonwealth game going on? That's your territory, man. You're not telling us how good Nigeria is doing in the Commonwealth. I mean, I thought you would have said that in your opening, statement, but that's fine.
That's a good one. That's a good. I'm guilty. Yeah. When it's my turn,
I'm speaking about that country called Nigeria, our country. I mean, there's nothing really going on in the right way. I mean, we know Tinubu, what he's all after. It's not about Nigerian people. So when people come to, national TV or the advisor telling me that, the bishop said that the advisor is not telling him what's going on. Tinubu knows everything going on in Nigeria. He's the president, Mr. Dr. Rudolph. The buck stopped with him. Whether the advisor tell him what's going on or what's not going on. We know that, Nigeria has become, the poverty capital of the world. He knows that people are suffering. So nobody can come here and tell me that he doesn't know what's going on and he speaks. I mean, look at what he told Prince Adebayo when they went to him about the election. I think you spoke about it last week or the other day. I mean, and look at the kind of statement he made, when the bishop come and visit him, like he doesn't know anything going on in Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't have a vision. There's no trajectory. It's about enriching the country. So I just get tired of, speaking about Nigeria. Like I said, I'm not against borrowing, but what are the borrowing money? How has that helped the common people? There's no economic feeling. Forget about all this policy. The policy is good on paper. What matter is the economic feeling of the people. How are the people feeling? Look at. I'm going to read to you, the framework, what a reasonable country does. Kenya just outlined their 30 years plan, and this is what their 30 years plan said: becoming a high-income industrialized economy by the year 2060, expanding manufacturing, modernizing agriculture, investing in infrastructure, growing the digital economy. But the one that gladdens my heart when that this is a workable country, they say improving the governance accountability. The three branches of government should be separated, but we are not having that. That is the paramount for any government to succeed. If there's no separation of power, this is where we are right now. I mean, the whole apparatus is subsidiary, to Asura. That's why we're not heading anywhere, Dr. Damage. I'm just, I come here, just to hang around with my friends. I'm tired, I'm tired of talking about Nigeria, okay? Sometimes, I don't even want to, because they're not listening. I mean, what kind of English will I speak, that is going to make a dent into that Nigerian people, I mean, I'm sorry, I wish we have a right people or whatever. I think Tinubu, I hope I'm wrong what I'm saying. Tinubu is coming back. I mean, everything is already ringing. Look at what's going on in the state right now. I mean, I just have a little bit of what's actually going on. I don't have in-depth knowledge because I need to protect my mental health, okay, Dr. Damage. I just come here to hang out with my brothers, let's, get some idea or whatever. People like Ovie, who are so political, enlightened. Just to hear what everybody's saying. That's, that's where I'm in right now, okay? Thank you, Dr. Damage.
All right, thank you, man of prestige. Ovie.
Man of prestige, I lie, they go anywhere. You have invested so much in it. It's in your DNA, okay? It's okay to get frustrated there every now and then, but hey, it's part of the game. I'm surprised, KJ, I know go, yes, I agree, be fake journalist, but you are a dishonest journalist, to be saying that to have to be Biafra question is a no-go area. How? I mean, what is he or his? What is not accepted about the question? Biafra is part of Nigerian story. I keep telling you people, no be only Igbo story. It's a Nigerian story. That's why you're in Nigeria. The civil war affected every Nigeria. So, and anybody that is approximate to where the action they want for leadership, as you say, it's a low-hanging fruit. They will always go there. But and again, so they easy to go to compare him and Atiku, so they get the same treatment. I don't think again, you are being dishonest. They will never get the same treatment. Atiku, a former vice president. Not be every time you go to see say in the go when Charles interview, I know see how Charles say expression. So instead at least carry himself come studio. He said yes, there are some respect and accord you give to for the fact that they don't own a higher office before. We've been a former governor who is just running for that office, so they will always scrutinize them. And if you are expecting, you are a journalist, they will not going to be able to be fair balance in the way journalists approach them. So, as far as I'm concerned, the question is not out of place. Now, on the bishop, and again, you said that the bishops, the Catholic bishops, they know they take order from anybody allowed. I have also come to realize that there are two external forces that control our socio-economic activities in Nigeria. One is the Islamic Brotherhood. Then the second one is the Jesuits version of the Catholic wing. And all of them are the same interest they get. Their activities and their way of operation will be different, but they are all the same. So the Jesuit wing of Hangu, that's what Bola Tinubu welcome to Asu Rock. Now them they speak. So to say they want to take all that, and his response also correlate with, go according to the way the message they brought. A power they look for. If you're expecting me to make life easy for my opponents, anybody that believe that, it doesn't understand what power is all about. Now fight to finish, now do or die. It's a matter of life and death. It's not going to be this. That's what I talk about that day. Anybody that sign up to go into politics at that level, he or she understand everything at stake. Even before you get to that level, say your soul self will be every. It's no longer like ordinary soul. So the idea that we always invest interest, our emotion towards how they are mistreated or how they are being treated is ridiculous. But people be find themselves in power today, they will do the same thing. Forget when they thought, I'll make it easy for our opponent. It's not up to you. It's not up to you. You are just a figurehead. Now interests bring you to power. And what those interests want, you can't say no, you can't say no. So 6 months to election. I don't expect how they expect the president, who is the candidate by the way, to respond to that kind of a thing. And he said he received the message and he's responding to it accordingly. I don't see anything wrong with that. I think by now we supposed we don't spend 4 years for this platform. If not one university would they go, we don't get diploma to show for it. So we can issue
one again. So, after the next election, we issue one certificate.
There's nothing that is happening now that is new that has not happened 4 years ago, either in Nigeria or in America. So I went through hell. So we can be emotionally attached all we want. They don't care about us. I talk and even power at that level. If you don't have a national presence, you don't count. I keep saying it. You don't count. So to take the collective, the collective of all the Catholic bishops to go deliver a message, and I wish when I watch that thing seriously, Dr. Damiji, from part of my mind just do is I wish good luck has 1/10 of the kind of man we Bola Tinubu regards to power. Maybe the man for continue for a presidency. If you always don't have that political madness, just apply just 1/10 of what Tinubu is doing, because that's how you handle power. Because everybody wants you out. Even your wife said, we said with Aisha Buhari, he wants you out. So if only good luck exercise a little bit of what Tinubu is doing, Nigeria's story would have been different a little bit. Either good or bad, I can't say, but a bit different. So this is power at play. The man in power, you know where all the bodies are buried. It's been part and parcel of the democracy. If that's what we want Nigeria to be. It's been there. It's been an Iran boys. He walk up to where he is. So I don't expect anything different. I'm only marveled at the way he is carrying it out with the current situation in terms of geopolitics.
All right.
So it's the way he's handling things. You know,
Rudolph, can you give me 1
I'll give
minute?
it to him.
I think
Okay.
okay, don't understand what I'm saying. Now, let me start from Catholic bishops. The Catholic Church is one of the richest. In fact, it's an institution. It's a C. So those thinking that the Catholic bishop came to look for something from the government, what are they going to come and look for?
Do you know about the Jewets? The
Hold on.
Jesuits?
You don't need money from the government. Neither do they need any.
It's not about money, it's about power. Do you know about the
They don't.
Jesuits?
Hold
You
on.
know that society.
I allowed you to speak. Now let me talk.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about a specific society that control things. So if you don't know that, say you don't know, I'm then we'll explain better. But if you know, explain to me so I know what you're talking about.
No politics. Nobody is Sabian. If you are talking about people who are powerful in this world, the Catholic Church is one of the powers of the world. They are a C. It's part of the C. Okay? They control the economy. They control part of the currency in the world. So what are you saying? But
so why you say they don't like money? Why you say they don't like money?
Let us reduce Nigeria.
Now, Catholic Church we talk about, not because Catholic bishops be that. They go on behalf of Imo State. They went on behalf of the Catholic Association of the country and by extension of the world. So what are you talking about?
So
stay on the mission. Forget the stay on the mission. Forget where they went there for a specific reason and they deliver it.
So what I am saying is that the message they took to the president is to tell him that our people, the people of my parish, our parishioners are suffering. And what we are asking you is nothing but a free and fair playing ground for everybody who is contesting so that the country can unite. That the message is totally straightforward. They didn't put any comma to it. Mind you, if you're talking about people who can easily accept other people, especially the Muslims, it's the Catholics. So I don't think the Catholics were out, the Catholic bishops were out trying to do something in any other hidden way. They were just trying to say, this is how bad the country have gone. Maybe you don't know. We are telling you direct to you, your table. Having said that, I want to pivot back to what you said about Peter Obi. You see, the question, and I really find it a bit strange when people say you are talking about somebody's comment, you say maybe the person doesn't do that. No, you can give your own opinion and leave the person's own. Let the person in his foolishness continue to have his own. You may not agree, it's okay, but don't say the person doesn't know what you're talking about. Now, let me tell you, for you as a candidate, presidential candidate of an Igbo descent, in the first place, you have to fight that narrative, which many people have already debunked, including people who participated in it. Adeboye just died just a few years ago. And he said clearly he was the originator of the coup. He's a Yoruba man. Okay? The only reason why Nzogu showed up is because Nzogu was more radical than he. But let's put that aside. Those military officers who participated, who lived to tell their story, have constantly said this was not an Igbo coup. Now, I say that to say, each time we have a northerner coming to interview, do we ask them to renounce Boko Haram? Do we ask them to talk about terrorism going on? Do we ask them to apologize for the lives of people who their people have been maiming and destroying, and the farmlands that have been destroyed, and every other thing going on in Nigeria? Do we ask them to apologize? Do we ask them to look into the camera and tell the Nigerian people the reason why they should trust you? You, who didn't even take part in whatever was being said. That's the dishonesty we're talking about. So when a candidate of Igbo descent comes to the national center, he is made to carry that burden for which he may not have been part of, for which he wasn't even, and no Igbo man can say there was a national meeting where the Igbos decided to go and carry out a coup against Nigeria. And after that, there have been subsequent coups. When the people meet with northerners, are they going to say now, can you look into the camera and tell the people from the Igbo, the southeast, that you people who killed Nzogu, you should now apologize for his death? Do you now tell them, okay, because of what you did, what people did, the pogrom that happened in the north, where people killed uncountable Igbo people, do you ask them to look into the camera and apologize to the Igbo people for carrying such an act? Now, if you fail to say that, do you ask them to say, for all the atrocities that have been committed against the Igbos in the north, and other parts of Nigeria, do you ask them to apologize and look into the camera and apologize to the people from the East? This is the narrative we're all fighting against, we from the Southeast. And we'll keep talking about it because it's very disingenuous for people to continue to do that and make those candidates begin to fight not even what they have come for. You don't ask them for their competence. You don't ask them what they are bringing to the table. You don't ask them for their ability to turn around the Nigerian economy. You ask them silly questions that you will not dare to ask other people. When Tinubu comes, if you're asking Tinubu question, if you see him to even have an interview, do you ask him that? Do you ask him all this? Do you ask him, should he now look into the camera and apologize for the advice given by Awolowo that they should use hunger and starvation to kill the 3 million people from the East? Do you ask them to say that? Do you? Or don't you think people think we also have sense? But you make an Igbo man begin to fight even before getting to the place. He's just trying to deal with his credibility to satisfy you people that the Igbo man should be trusted by the North. That is, we have done doing that. And if I was one of his advisors, that's the last time he will answer that question in any interview. If I was one of his media advisors, I would ask him, next time somebody asks you that, tell a person, when you ask Atiku, when you ask Bola Tinubu those questions, then come back, I'll answer you. We are done carrying that burden on our shoulders. We will not carry it again. Full stop.
Again, you are being dishonest as a journalist. The issue of the civil war is a double-edged sword, especially to you Igbos. No, at times, you claim there are glory that comes with the civil war too. You gladly talk about that, how heroic some of your men were, right? But when it's time to talk about the other side of this war, excuse me, hold on. How many times have you sat down, my brother? I listen to you talk now. I did not interject, not because I agree.
Talk about the glory that comes from it. How many times have you had a national conversation and say, let us talk about the glory that comes from the civil war? How many? You couldn't even allow the people of Southeast to have a day that they can commemorate the people who fought for them. How many times have you started to have that national question to commemorate the good that comes from it? And then whenever we talk about it, you begin to gaslight and say, again, you're being this year. No, we are done trying to defend that. We're not going to defend that anymore.
All right.
You don't finish. No. He's a journalist. I'm addressing him as a journalist, not being a panelist. He's been dishonest. You understand? No, because the issue of civil war, the way it affects and I say it affects me, I'm also a Nigerian. All right? And it's a two double-edged sword. It's not all doom. And for you to compare the issue of civil war with terrorism, it's below your standard of practice. There's no question is off the table for a Nigerian presidential candidate as far as we're concerned. Okay? And you as a journalist should know that. For all the other person, now you can say, yeah, you can criticize the fact that I'm not asking other candidates that same question, but the fact that it's off the table is unacceptable. There's no high amount of how you want to do and where I go for your emotional disease, because when it's time to glorify some of the action that come out of the civil war, we talk about it gloriously. Now, but when it's time to talk about the other side, we're all up in maybe if we go on to other people, go free. This is that I talk on our story. You are telling my story. The Biafra story is my story. I'm a Nigerian. So you cannot, I'm not going to watch with the butcher my story and you say me to keep quiet. It's not going to happen. Those generations, the parents where they suppress or they don't die. We are free to talk about anything we want to talk about now. That's what will make us the country where we actually want to succeed at all. So no question is off the table.
Thank you, Ovie. Let's get back to the topic. Mr. James, the Catholic bishops, they went to see Bola Tinubu. This is the reaction from one of the
how did I see the face of
the president in reaction?
I was not surprised that he was not looking very happy. Not even his colleagues who were there. We knew that this is different from the kind of statements that our president keeps receiving from all kinds of people. And that is one of the things that worries us, that there are so many people hanging around Mr. President, giving him a rosy picture of what the country is, which it is not. And we felt that we have no duty to do that. Indeed, we have the obligation to help him to appreciate the reality of the situation in which we find ourselves. And that is the reality that we painted, which I know is not the kind of thing that he wanted to hear. And the reply shows very clear.
I'm concerned that your cross is going over your microphone.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
go on.
yeah. And you can see his reply. We left that hall, both sides, knowing that, well, we said what we had to say. He said what he had to say.
So was it a frosty meeting then? Would you describe it as fairly frosty? Because, I mean, many Nigerians have become accustomed to polite meetings between religious leaders and political leaders.
When the nation is bleeding, you can't expect a polite meeting with the head of state. We need to let him know. And his reply is that the nation is not bleeding. We told him our economy is not helping our poor people. He told us the economy is doing fine. Practically speaking, he told us quite clearly that he did not agree with us. Again, I said, we're not surprised. We didn't expect him to agree with us. We have done our duty. We have delivered our message. And we have a feeling that somehow along the line, somebody will show him a few of the things we said.
All right. That was the Cardinal reporting back on what happened at that meeting. Mr. James, what's your take?
Well, I think the Cardinal, I don't know, I don't want to be seen to be biased because of my stand on religion. Who told him that Bola Tinubu is not aware of what is going on in the country? Who told him that people are painting a rosy picture? Bola Tinubu is fully in control. That is how I see it. I've been against the introduction of religious leaders into politics. They should leave politics for politicians because the rules, let me call it the Machiavellian rules governing politics, they are in no way compatible with religious teachings. So a clever religious man should distance himself from politics. But again, some people will say they are representing a constituency, that's the Christian constituency. You know, this is a very funny development. I cannot really comment on properly because anyway, Nigeria is beyond redemption. That's just how I see it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Ike, did you weigh in?
No, I left for a long time. I just came in.
Okay. So we're talking about the bishops. I don't know if you watched the of their visit to Aso Rock. Their goal was, according to them, to present the true picture of things to the president. And they came out not happy.
Yeah, I followed it. I listened to it, and I saw the Archbishop yesterday, you know, on the channel. My brother James, you are saying that Tinubu knows everything. Nobody's supposed to tell him. We have to be honest. Tinubu doesn't know 85% of what is going on in his country that is their president. Because he's covered with the people who are not telling him what is going on. They wake up in the morning, they go to Aso Rock and sing his praises. On your mandate we shall die, and on your mandate we shall sing. And that's all he wants to hear. They will tell him, oh, the whole state of Delta State now is for APC. The whole state in Imo State now is APC. Hope Uzodinma has delivered the APC for you in Imo State. This person has delivered this state for you in this place. That's all he wants to hear because he wants to come back second time. He doesn't care what is going on with your life. He does not care. All this story they are saying, this man doesn't care about you for 1 minute. So about the visit, You don't need to say because you don't want to be biased about religion. We are not talking about religion here. We are talking about Nigeria as a country. Because even other Muslim sects also, the Muslim leaders, they used to go and visit the president. They go there and talk about the national issue. They didn't go there to preach the gospel, but they went there to tell the president about what is going on in his own country, that is the president. So it has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with your faith or your religious affiliation. When they went there to Asarok, they were not speaking about, we want you to become a Catholic, or we want you to go and confess your sin and begin to receive Holy Communion. No, they were telling him about the country that is their president, including the bishops and the archbishop who were there. He's their president. They were telling him because these people are closer to the community, they're closer to the people. People comes to them every day after their services in the church and in the mosque. The communities go to them to ask them for help. So has nothing to do with religion. It has to be for you to stand as an elderly man like myself and say this is what the truth is all about. Because you owe nobody nothing. You don't owe anybody any apology for speaking the truth about your country, Nigeria. You owe nobody no apology. And nobody is going to do you anything. So the idea is about speaking about you don't want to be biased about religion. The statement is that it's unacceptable by me coming from you out of your bundles of experience. It has nothing to do with faith or religion, what you believe in. You can believe in anything. Nobody works against whatever you believe. It's your personal belief. I don't have any problem anybody believing in whatever he or she want to believe. But when it comes to national issue that compass and concerns everybody, we should take away this issue of, that has been our problem. The issue of religion and tribe has always been the problem. And at this age that me and you are now, I'm 64, I'm going to 65. By next year, I'll be 65. Why shouldn't I be bold enough to tell the president of Nigeria to his face that is a disgrace for him to be the president of Nigeria? What do I have to lose? I don't have anything to lose. So the president, if you think that this man, this illegitimate man that is in Asorok knows what is going on, he doesn't know anything going on. What he's after is coming back the second day. The day he said that, what is he called? This thing removed. What is they call the petroleum something is removed? It Subsidy. Was in that platform that day that he started the campaign of 2027. Is he governing Nigeria? No, he's not governing Nigeria. He handed over Nigeria to people who will come to him every morning and bow down to him and tell him, on your mandate, this country will sink. And that's why the country is where it is. The man in Asorok is telling the bishops that INEC is neutral. INEC is not against anybody. Is it the prerogative right of the president of Nigeria to begin to speak about an independent institution that is running an election in Nigeria is defending INEC? Which country are we living in? What right has the man to tell us that INEC is not partial, INEC is neutral? Is it his job? He said it's an independent National Electoral Commission. So why should he be your president? He's telling the world that INEC is not partial, INEC is neutral. Which game are we playing? So it is my first time I will say thank you to the bishops or the Christian who went to see the man in Asorok, because this is the first time I see the letter they read and they communicate the issue. After that I have seen a situation where these people were able to be bold enough to stand before the man in Asorok and tell him to his face that he has failed this country and that is driving this country into a one-party state, which will not augur well for this country. They told him to his face, because he is the man who said that he is happy when the oppositions are in crisis. So it's the first time I can commend them for what they said and for what they did. So I think that this kind of bold, steps if we see community leaders, human rights activists, and other people, if they can be bold enough standing before the man and telling him the truth, I think Nigeria, we can be able to find a common ground how we can be able to rescue this country. But people go there to shake hands and take photo and put it in their timeline on their whatever platform they belong. They went to shake the hand of the president. So I am, I would say that I'm impressed with what they did. The Archbishop who went to Channel, he has always been a man who hit so hard to this government. He didn't just start yesterday. He has always been very hard on what this government is doing. So what he was speaking yesterday for me is not the first time I know the man speaks the way he's speaking, because you can see that the president, when you are watching him on that day, you see that he was shocked and surprised to hear what these people were telling him because he wasn't prepared for it. And when you see his response, you see that he's frustrated and angry because they told him what nobody is able to tell him. So for me, I think I like what they say, and I like the outcome of their visit. Does it change anything? But it's always good to speak the truth, because when we speak the truth, a day shall come. Maybe we are not going to be here tomorrow, like Dr. Damages used to say. While you're in this platform, you should mind what you say, because in generations to come, maybe they will play what we say here. And so this is what my father said on a particular day when a particular case was raised, that he was supposed to say, this is where I'm standing, or this is what I believe in. So history is going to judge all of us. That is whatever I believe. Because there was a time after 2023, I wanted to give up about Nigeria. After some months, I decided, if I give up Nigeria, what about my children? What about not even my children? What about my 2 grandsons? What is going to be their life? What is going to happen for them tomorrow? They find their grandfather, I'm no more here. What will be my contribution to see that Nigeria is a better country? And that's why I decided to come back. That this 2027, we shall all see what is going to happen in Nigeria, because that country must be better, whether anybody like it or not. And it is what is going to be. This is a 2027 election. When you rig this election, you die. Because that's the only way we can. This is the way Nigeria is going to go. So they know what is coming. But they have the whole 37 governors in their kitty. We are not after that. He's with the governors, but Nigerians are with the Nigerian people are with Nigerians. Because it's going to be APC against Nigerian people. It doesn't matter what anybody is saying. We shall do what we need to do. We shall do what is needful for me as a person. I am doing what is needful for me as a person. The 2027 election, anybody who rigs that election, in my own polling youth, you will die. People will be there to take you, because time has come when people will say, oh no, it doesn't concern me. After all, I collect 10,000. You will collect 10,000, but you're not going to get home. You will collect 10,000 that day. All those INEC officials who are preparing that 2027 is the time that they are going to make money. This is their bazaar time. Prepare to write your will, because you got to write your will in my polling booth. You will write your family will. You will tell your children, if I go to this exercise, if I don't come back, remember that I have written my will. Anybody that is in my polling booth, you INEC, be you police, be you anybody, you must write your will. Because that's the last thing I think I have that I can give to my grandchildren. That I was alive and I did what I supposed to do as a Nigerian to make sure that we have a credible election in Nigeria, because I'm not doing it for myself. I have grown past what is Nigeria going to do for me to know. They didn't do it when I needed them to do something for me. Is it now? No, they can't do nothing for me. So, but I am doing it because of my grandchildren.
Okay. I just want to say that this channel does not support violence. I don't think that Ike is saying that he's going to go to Nigeria during the election and that he's going to stay at his polling booth and he's going to do anything to anybody. I think he's just passionately talking about the need to protect the votes. We're moving away from this topic, but before we do that, let me just play this video and maybe mentally we can think about what the bishops did and compare it to what the Oni of Ife did in this speech.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu came very prepared, and the result is obvious. From the public governance and the private sector, what is happening in this country, we have never experienced it before. If you go to the capital market of Nigeria today, we are getting to a market capitalization of over 140 trillion. Never in the history of Nigeria. Also, the foreign reserve of this country is now getting to $52 billion. This can finance importation in the next 3 years conveniently. The projection is there clearly that the dollar is going to be well stabilized and there will not be anything to shake our foreign exchange. The disparity is so close, no more arbitrage, no more rent seeking. We are now ready for real production in our country. Also, the truth be told, the turnaround in the economy of our dear country, the legacy of Mr. President will definitely speak for him. A very bold decision he took. We're seeing the impact. Never in the history of our country that Nigeria will play a very strategic role in European economy. Thank God for a company in Nigeria to have sustained the aviation industry of the entire European market. Right now, a company in Nigeria, a local company in Nigeria, is at par in terms of production capacity of aviation fuel of the entire United States of America. Also, our dear president is turning around the engine room of our economy. Look at what just happened with Ajaokuta Steel and NNPC, the strategic agreement in providing gas for an industry that they said it can never work in our country. I can go on and on about things that this government has achieved. On behalf of all the traditional rulers of this country, we are very proud and very happy to be associated with this government.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. Before we continue, let me just announce that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to welcome Pa Ikide. He's a writer and a critic. He's coming back. He's joining us live from Nigeria. So he went to Nigeria. He gave a speech at Odumegwu University in Ibadan, and he's been traveling across the country. He will give us a live feed on what he's seen, and it will be quite interesting. So if you can join us tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. West African time, 1:30 p.m. in New York, Pa Ikide will be our guest. All right, so before we went on break, I played a clip of the Oni of Ife sharing his view of the government and how the government is doing. So you can contrast that to what the bishops did. The question is for anybody is the role you play. There are different institutions, traditional institutions, the clergy, but who are they responsible to? What is their responsibility to the nation? I want to hear what you guys think before we move to South Africa. South Africa is the next topic. KJ.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, you are talking about the role of the clergy and that national institution. Fortunately for us, Rudolph, both roles are supposed to be responsible to their people. They honor the higher honors, right, lies with the bishops, whose desire, just like Tinubu said, is to sell faith. But what Tinubu was asking the bishops to do is to sell fake hope. He's saying that they are selling hope. So if hope is the ingredients of the church, then they shouldn't lack it. But when you are selling hope, you should sell hope to people who you know what you are telling them is realizable. You cannot go to your congregation and tell them that, look, be hopeful, tomorrow things will change, when you know that nobody is making an effort to change things. And, sometimes I get a bit worried when people say the way politics is going in Nigeria, once you sign up to be a politician or to contest a position, you have signed up to die. No, it's not the same thing in the other places. I don't know any other place where, apart from some places in Africa, in Europe, where people are vying for positions and they are having to lose their life for it, and they're having to lose limb or, lose family or property for that. I've not seen, I don't know if there's one that, Pablo knows, let us know. But for so far, I don't know where when you go to buy a form to contest an election, means that you have signed for your debt and whatever is thrown at you and you should accept it. No, that's not how it's done. And except there's another form of politics, which we don't know about. But if it's this politics that we read about and other countries where we copied from are practicing, then I think we are doing it wrongly. Politics is not a do or die kind of thing. It's not it. And we see it. And even in the United States right now, they're going to have, the midterm elections. I don't know any place where people are going to put posters and people are removing it. If you know, Rudolph, please let us know. Is there anywhere people are going to campaign and the people are chasing them with their chairs and chasing them away from it? If there is, let us know. So we now say, oh, that's what is done in other clients. But as long as that is not done, we should do things the proper way because we are human beings and there's a way that human beings are supposed to act. For us in the church, I am a church person. I believe in the church. We allow our people to exercise faith, but faith in seeing that some things are coming, are being done to bring about the hope that you are looking at. And the bishops, and just like Ike said, it's not on Nikon. If it's on Nikon, he is a more blunt man, and he will tell you without any form of reservation, because these people have also. Let me tell you, most of what people don't know is that at the end of every church service, thousands of people go to the leaders of those ministry, or even branches where they're supposed to give help and collect all kinds of help. In fact, I can tell you, some churches have warehouses of food so that people come and at the end of service, you can't go home. You don't have what to give. So they will not come out. The church won't come out and say, this is what we do at the end of every Sunday. or every Wednesday and all that. And when it becomes overwhelming and you can no longer handle it, then you have to deal with the issue that's making the people not be able to, work for their living. For instance, if you are living in Benue people, you know that we are all farmers there, and the Fulani have taken off all the farms. So how do people eat? How do you want them to eat? How do you want to pay their rent or their children's school fees? It becomes virtually impossible, and they begin to live from hand to mouth. Rudolph, have you noticed that there's more wickedness now in Nigeria than any other time? I saw a video 2 days ago that made me weep. A guy stole chicken, 2 of them, Rudolph, maybe just to satisfy hunger, and they were acquired. 2 lives wasted for 1 chicken. That never happened anywhere before. It has never happened. Somebody stole small things. They will beat. Now, the story of the guy who we are going to talk about, the Plateau guy, you saw what it is. Of where else, if not because evil have permeated the systems and people have now become savages. If not, can a human being sit down and do that? Then coming to the traditional institution. Before now, the traditional institution should be people who, because they are benefiting, their philanthropies come from the people to them. Now that they no longer have need, since their needs have been taken care of in the national budget, they don't care about the people that are now, ruling over who they are, their people. Like what the Oni is saying, in his own domain, people are not eating. In his own domain, many of them are living in Benin Republic on IDP camps in Benin Republic. In his own domain, people can't go to the forest. But he said the economy is turning around and things are happening. Forgetting that 50 billion is a little thing compared to when, before this government came into power, before the 8 years of Buhari and now the continuation of this. We had more than that. You see, so we are on people, unfortunately, we are not straight with our people. And Rudolph, I went to one office yesterday. You know what the man wrote on as I entering his office? He said, "It is the land of the brave because of the people that are brave." I'm just trying to paraphrase it. We are land of the brave because of the brave. Thank you. I got it right now. Okay? America is the land of the brave because of the brave. Those people who call the bluff off. It's not because they just wrote it there. We must come to a place where our people will call bluff off, call these people off. Because you are saying this thing because you want political patronage. But you know that when you finish, you go home, people are going to line up in your front house to collect their daily living. Is that how you want to live the country? Is that how you are happy? I would not like people to line up in the front of my house to collect me, be the person giving them food. I would not like it. I want everyone to be able to fend for their living, take care of their family. We are not asking you to give us the Escalade you are driving or the private jets you are flying. We are saying make room that people can be able to just earn their daily living. They are not asking for too much. Earn their daily living. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. Ovie, let me come back to you as we round up on this topic. What did the bishops do wrong?
They didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
In comparison to the man that spoke, they are playing the same role. You ask what's their responsibility, or what are they serving? They are serving their interests. They are serving power through an institution. Now, the king spoke like a father, as the royal head of the Omoluabe kingdom. So he spoke like a father. I mean, what do you expect of a father? Proud of his son, especially when he's occupying the position of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You don't want to, call him out in the public. So he spoke like a father. But at the same time, as a capitalist, the reform definitely impacted very beneficially to the few to which he belongs to. Some of the investments everywhere are booming at this point. So I don't expect anything different from the way he spoke. He was proud of the president. But that of the bishop, Then again, the king was speaking from a place of power too. They are in power. Don't forget that. Why the bishop, they came, one, for their own interest, but most importantly, they represented a higher power. They can claim that they came on behalf of the people, but actions, they say, speak louder than words. They dress accordingly. That's a message. So they came as emerging power, people who are looking for power. They are Catholic. And whether we like it or not, Obi is a Catholic candidate. There is no way the Catholic will vote against Obi. Whether they know say go win, they will vote for him. So I don't expect the bishop to put up a different front the way they do. One, maybe they speak that because the Tinubu had been ignoring them since the beginning of his administration. And if I were his position, so I'll do the same thing. I've been saying it here. Anybody who is serious for Nigerian president is not have a sleepless night about the Southeastern votes. Anybody can become president of Nigeria without the Southeastern votes. And the headquarters of the Catholic, if you get a lot of the Catholic mission in Nigeria, based in Southeast. So I expect them to stick to their goals. I don't expect them to go against their son. Nobody will do that. Just like the king, the man from the king was also speaking as a father, protecting his son, being proud of his son. So I don't expect the bishop to come as to throw their son under the bus. So especially coming from the angle of concern, yeah, it's a given. That's what everybody will see. But the man who is sitting in power is a political animal too. They've been in the trenches together. So and they respond accordingly. So, but most importantly, we will not be deceived that they are serving anybody's interest other than their own interest and the power they safeguard.
All right. Thank you. Mr. James.
I think, will it not be better if I comment on South Africa and tie it to what is happening in Nigeria? No, because
yes.
There's a link.
No, we're moving over to South Africa. Let me premise the topic, okay? Since you want to talk about it. So several things have been going on since the xenophobic attacks that recently happened, including efforts by Ramaphosa to visit Ghana on a state visit. He sent a delegation to Nigeria to visit Nigeria and talk about reactions. And of course, the South African musician, Tyler, wanted to come to Nigeria to perform in December, I think January or December, I think January. The pressure was too much and she was forced to cancel. I also understand that Trevor Noah was also invaded, quote unquote, invaded by Nigerians on his social media, calling him out for not speaking out about what South Africans were doing to other Africans. So that's what's going on. And of course, I mentioned that at the AU meeting that is coming up, they wanted to discuss xenophobic attack on Africans in South Africa, but they lobbied. South African members of the planning committee lobbied, and they were able to get that out of the list of things to discuss. So that's what we have. Shore here is saying that individual people in South Africa, artists, should not be held accountable, responsible for what the people in the country are doing. That they are not responsible, that it's the government that people should hold to account. All right. So go ahead, Mr. James. I can hear you, James. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you. If you look at the Nigerian foreign policy since independence till now, the policy of Nigeria or South Africa has been very contradictory the way we conduct ourselves in relationship to South Africa. During the days of Balewa, because of religious reasons and the NCNC coalition, they could not come up with a clear-cut policy on South Africa. The Igbos were in support of negotiation. That is NCNC, sorry, not the Igbos. NCNC, I mean, it's virtually synonymous, but not the Igbos. The NCNC representative in the government, they were open to negotiation. Whereas the Northerners, that was Jajawanchuku and others. The Northerners, because of their investment in Britain, they were also open to negotiation. But however, what is happening is that there were contradictions because the government was regional. A section of the country was against negotiation while the others were in support of it, and that affected their relationship. Then after that, Ironsi came. Ironsi spent only 6 months. He could not make his mark properly before he left. Then Yakubu Gowon came. Yakubu Gowon was not actually against South Africa, but in order to please the people, he pretended to be in support of South Africa. But his heart was in Britain. That was how he managed the affairs of the country for 8 years. And one interesting thing I've been eager to bring to the attention of the public is this. During our war against apartheid, that war was very, very hypocritical. People in the Nigerian government officials were doing business on personal level with the people of South Africa. Mr. KJ, I will send you a document. Whosoever is interested in reading it, kindly forward it to the person. Nigerian government officials were doing business with South Africa, while on the official platform, they are condemning apartheid in South Africa. The director or whatever the chairman, they call him on Daily Times, something Ogunso went to South Africa clandestinely, and while he was there, he went to Pretoria and Johannesburg, where he was quoted as saying that South Africa is a country of cannibals, where the whites feed on the blacks. And it came to public attention. That made people to know that he went to South Africa. Yakubu Gowon did not discipline him for going to South Africa. Then after that, Shagari came. Shagari was neither here nor there, a confused man. And eventually, up till this time, Nigeria had no clear-cut policy on South Africa. In principle, they support the liberation movement. But in their activities, government officials were doing good business with South Africa, particularly Umaru Diko, and one other guy whose name I cannot remember, who was the Minister for Commerce. Was it Bello? I can't remember. Anyway, they were doing business on personal level with the government of South Africa. Then after that, Murtala Mohammed Obasanjo administration. That administration made it categorically clear that is independence for the whole of Africa or nothing else. They were able to come up with a clear-cut statement that Africa is the centerpiece of Nigerian policy or something like that. Now they did all they could. And in fact, despite all they did, other African countries, should I say, they do not appreciate what they were doing. Anyway, that's how the relationship has been going on, forward and backward. But the point I want to make is this. Even during Babangida's time, it is alleged that Nigerian crude oil went to Liberia. From Liberia, they siphoned it to South Africa. There are a lot of instances of this kind of things going on. Then there was a professor called Patrick Wilmot, a sociologist at the University of Ahmadu Bello. This man was vehemently opposed to the government of Nigeria. The South African Relief Fund that was collected, the money, the substantial part of it, according to him, was embezzled. And not only that, there was a national committee against apartheid, headed by Malam Aminu Kano. That guy was so radical in his approach to the extent that the government asked him to step aside. And this caused a lot of confusion between him, his followers, and the government over South African issue. The Nigerian government officials were not interested in chasing South Africa for their apartheid policy. Now, the ANC boys, the ACP, and other liberation movement, they were in Nigeria. They saw the corruption that was going on in the system. They knew that we were embezzling our own money in their own interest, in their names, but they were not in a position to do anything. So at the end of the day, when they finished their business, they went back home to South Africa. They could not tell the people of South Africa how corrupt the Nigerian system is. Because if not for Nigeria's effort during Obasanjo Murtala Mohammed's era, South Africa would have still been an apartheid state up to today. They laid the foundation. They took the United. They were ready to go to hell to free South Africa from apartheid. Then at the end of the ocean, when they went home, as I said, they could not convince. They could not tell the people what Nigeria and other countries did for them. Probably because they too they benefited from the corrupt practices, and also they were not in a position to let the people know that they enjoyed the benefit of corruption. Now let's tie it to what is happening in Nigeria today. I was listening to Shobowale, I think on Arise News or channels, I can't remember. His name is Shobowale, an elderly man. The man said that the delegation of South Africans came to Nigeria without informing the Nigerian government. I think they went to Ghana or something like that. And from Ghana, something like that. They did not inform the Nigerian government that they were coming. What the hell are they to enter the plane, just walk into the State House, they said they want to meet the President of the Republic. This is because they look down on us beyond compare. The level of corruption going on in the system, they are fully aware. During apartheid, there were a lot of things I cannot collect off right now. During apartheid era, crude oil from Nigeria was used as a barter to collect rice, sugar, salt, and other items from South Africa. There was good business between Nigeria and South Africa. That corruption is, from the look of things, I'm not 100% certain, is still ongoing. There are still Nigerian businessmen doing business with South Africa. Of course, it's legal now. Now, what is going on is that they deceive you and me that they are fighting, they are protecting the interests of Nigeria and South Africa. Nigeria should be repatriated home and things like that. But behind the scene, what is going on is likely to be despicable. And South Africa has got industries in Nigeria. Who are the Nigerian members of their board of governors? And how many Nigerian elite members are having shares in South African companies? These are the people that call the shots, not you and me, not public opinion. So a lot of things are going on behind the scene. And also Britain in particular was 100% solidly behind South Africa during apartheid. The Nigerian government relationship with Britain disturbed them a very great deal in taking definite stand against South Africa. And I would not be surprised to find out that Murtala Mohammed's death on February 13, 1976 can be linked to his stand on South Africa. So this is what is going on. Whosoever is praising Bola Tinubu and other things, the business deals going on behind the scene, the crude oil, and in fact, there was a case, was it Shakari's time, I can't remember, an oil tanker was arrested in the Nigerian waters, shipping crude oil to South Africa. When they arrested them, the captain of the ship said that, I am surprised that I'm being arrested. This is the 6th time I'm coming to lift crude oil to South Africa. Why are you arresting me now? That was before 1994, when we were carrying apartheid on our heads. Now, if you know the amount of money Nigeria spent, according to the Benin people, if you pour the money into a Boba River, the river will not flow. It will dam the river. The amount of money Nigeria spent on apartheid. And from the look of things, when they say that, when the Nigerians say that we gave you, let's say 10 million pounds, Be rest assured that you will not get the entire 10 million pounds, going by what Patrick Wilmot was saying. So the root cause of the ocean, to summarize everything, the South Africans of today, they have seen through us. They know that we are stinkingly corrupt. And don't be surprised that Nigerian officials will go behind the scene and tell them, don't worry. What is the next? Can we buy more shares in Anglo Gold or Bahama business or whatever it is? So this is what is just going on. And I've come to conclude, I've reached the conclusion that we will never see the promised land, at least in our lifetime, because what is going on behind the scene, if you read the articles I'm going to send to KJ, is beyond description. We will never, in our lifetime, see the promised land. To remove this government from office, in fact, there's what the Jehovah's Witnesses call Armageddon. Armageddon cannot remove this government from office come the next general election.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. I will come to KJ, who has to leave, I think. KJ, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate Mr. James, the way you have taken time to explain. Here is my take. On this case, I don't agree with Shore at all. You see, the reason why certain people do certain things and get away with it is because there is no reaction. If we go by the teaching of international relations, which is that, diplomacy is reciprocal, it then means that if you do me, I do you. I don't have to sit back and watch you do these things to my people and not react. You see, 3-4 days ago, another Igbo man was beaten to death by police people. That was on. It's still on the internet. You can look it up. And that's because they've done the first, the second, the third, about the third. Apart from the son of my friend, Mr. David Satlat, whose son, David, was equally, brutally killed right in the front of the camera, which the whole world saw. Up to this moment, there have been nothing that have come out of that. His family is bearing the brunt of that pain. They have returned back to Nigeria. They went there, 4 of them. They're back now, have lost one of their sons, and they are back to Nigeria. No thing has been said or heard. No case. The case is not even, it's the Nigerian community there that are even fighting the case, not the government. Even though the people who killed him, their faces are there on the internet. It's not hidden. They are known. Okay? And all this can be done and they get away with it because we have failed as a nation to be able to act when we need to. I don't see, even Ghana as a nation is made up of less than 43 million people. And Ghana is taking a stand against South Africa. And unlike in our own case, where the South African government sent a delegation, Ghana, it was the president that wanted to visit, and the Ghanaian authorities said no. At this point, we don't think you should come to our country. So until we continue to stop this mumurity we are doing, and we call it, I don't know what to call it, You see, and I don't blame anybody. I don't blame this country for doing this, because when you know that the people have, a very stupid person at the helm of affairs, they don't care because they know nothing will come out of it. A very transactional person, what he's concerned about his business is going well in South Africa, and that's it. He doesn't bother himself about whatever, any other thing. If not, tell me, why would these things be going on? And up to this moment, there have not been any serious action taken. I hear from the grapevine, I cannot be quoted, that the minister, even when the minister took a very strong action against it, she was queried. She was queried for taking that action. So there's if you're wondering why I've not heard from her anymore, it's because she was queried. So now, upon this, on top of this one, you want to come and perform in our country and collect our money. When they're telling our people to get back to your own country, you want to come to Lagos, and the people who are going to come to pay for the, the money and give you money are Nigerians. How does it, tell me, just balance it out for me now. How does it work? No, you should organize your concert in your own country and let your people go now, and then be able to let the rest of Africa try and organize themselves. Because you see, until we teach this lesson, it will not be learned. An Igbo proverb says something about the tortoise. The tortoise was heading for a senseless journey. So his friend called him, "Tortoise, you are heading for a senseless journey. When will you be wise to come back?" He said, "Not until I've been disgraced." So we are heading on a disgraceful, they are heading on a disgraceful journey. Until we teach them that lesson to be disgraced, they will not learn it. And they will not learn any lesson until we make sure that they've learned it. So if you ask me, in fact, a long time ago, I would have even by now called back the ambassador. If not for anything, called back the ambassador. Okay? Because we can do without South Africa. I mean, what have they been doing for us anyway? What has South Africa been doing for us? It's just how many days ago that they got independent, they will now begin to relate at that level. If not before that time, what was coming from South Africa? Nothing. Okay, nothing. We were the ones, whether by corruption or not corruption, because I hear people say, "Oh, but the money didn't get to them." Whether it got to them or didn't get to them, at least we know that more than 300 South Africans are holding Nigerian passports given to them officially, for which they were using to canvass the world because they couldn't travel on their passport. So even if we didn't do anything, that alone is good enough for us to beat our chest and say we were. Remember, Dr. Rudolph, that Nigeria was called a frontline state. I read that in government. Are we in Southern Africa? No, we are called a frontline state because of our push for the end of apartheid and how we suffered consequently, and very consequently for it. I mean, seriously for it. We suffered a lot of serious issues for it, and so we cannot say now that South Africa is free, and some miscreants from the village, as somebody will describe them, who are walking about bare naked in the streets and marching with some very funny grass on their head and all that, and now telling us that we are the problem of their society. Now that the Nigerian people have left Southern Africa, what has happened to the place? The streets are locked. Can you see they posting the videos they're making now? Those shops are locked. You have looted the shops. Okay, what are you going to loot tomorrow? Nothing. If you loot a shop today, it won't be there filled up tomorrow for you to loot. So at the end of the day, you are destroying your own country. Let us not give them the elbow to lie on, to say, continue your destruction. Let us also let them know that what they are doing is not fair to the rest of the country. So totally, I accept and I agree that the young lady, for whatever reason, she should discuss with her country, her government, and her people. Look, let me tell you something, Rudolph. It is a very annoying topic. I mean, that's why I'm everywhere. A minister in South Africa came out to say, in fact, Nigeria should tell them where the drugs are. There should not, we should, in fact, calling the whole Nigerians drug addicts. And the federal government didn't do anything. They said it was a careless statement. What kind of stupid response is that? Okay, but that is what it is. Okay, that's what it is. Nobody is responding as a government should, and consequently, they are going around in their foolery to think that is how things are done, or they're looking at us and saying we have nothing to offer. So we should also, like Rufai have been saying this long time, we should have hit them hard where it pains. By now, they would have woken up from their slumber. I don't know. Yeah, Mr. James, you want to say something to me? Or?
Yes, thank you very
much. I'm going to talk now, you.
Yeah, hold on. Mr. James, hold on, okay? There's a question for you on the comment section. Some people they had issue with what you said about NCNC.
Yes, that's why I'm putting up my hand.
Okay.
The issue is this.
I don't sleep, wake up, sleep, wake up.
Action Group is a Yoruba party. Sorry, was a Yoruba party. Whenever I say it, Yorubas don't chastise me. NCNC is predominantly Igbo. ACP is predominantly Northern Party. Unity Party of Nigeria of those days was predominantly Yoruba Party, but they won in Bender State, which is, not all parts of Bender speak Yoruba. So when I associate NCNC with Igbo, I don't think it's anything bad. The party lived up to its expectation. People like Jajawan, Chukwu, and others, if not for those guys, the ACP would not have been able to steady the affairs of the country up till the outbreak of the Civil War. So people should stop being tribalistic. When I make any statement, in most cases, I back it up with some reasoning. If not a lot of reasoning, but at least some reasoning. NCNC was not, I think,
Mr. James.
Yes.
Mr. James, didn't Herbert Macaulay, wasn't he the first leader of NCNC?
No, the point is this. Majority of their votes, where were they getting it from?
On the west.
No. You mean the Yorubas, you mean the vote they got from the East?
Yeah, no, they got votes from the East, yes.
No, excuse me, the vote they were getting from the East was less than what they were getting from the West?
I don't know if it was less.
You see the point I'm making? So it's not that look, the issue is this.
Go ahead, Mr. James.
Yeah, anyway, the point I'm making is this. Secondly, the government of Nigeria, take it or leave it, cannot do anything about this problem with South Africa because their business interest in South Africa, you and me do not know anything about it. As I was explaining earlier on, while we were fighting apartheid to finish, Nigerian businessmen were doing business deals with South Africans, what they call Southern Rhodesia, that's Zimbabwe of today, during the days of Ian Smith, whom we call the rebel leader in public. But behind the scene, they were doing good business. Why is it that up till now, the federal government has not been able to come up with a categorical statement? The team that came to Lagos not long ago, a television house interviewed, I think, the leader of the team. So I can't remember the TV house. Now, the man made some very sweeping statements. Unfortunately, I could not take him to task because I'm just a listener. He said that there are certain quarters in South Africa that are no-go area, that is only Nigerians who dominate, control the area. And he happened to mention a place called Hillbrow. I know Hillbrow the way I know my fingerprints. It is not true that Nigerians are controlling any section of South Africa 100%. Hillbrow, made up of SLM Street, Twin Street, Court Street, and what's it called, Claim Street, Banker Street. All these are streets in the city of Hillbrow. One of the tallest buildings in South Africa is there, they call High Point. Those who have been to South Africa will know what I'm talking about. It is not true that Nigerians control the area. In fact, Nigerians own no building in the whole of that area. The buildings there belong to South Africans. So how can he come and say in public that it's a no-go area to non-Nigerians? You see, South Africans own South Africa. They are telling you and me, leave our country. Why are we fighting them? The reason is because we are very lazy people. Let me tell you why we are lazy before I round up, Mr. Rudolph. We are very, very lazy people. When I was in high school, there was a boy, my classmate, they call Anthony Anyasi or something. Anthony Anyasi. He said that people are saying that the Yorubas are lazy people. That was what the boy said. Then he continued by saying that if the Yorubas are lazy people, how were they able to produce Fela Anikulapo Kuti? Because Fela Anikulapo Kuti, according to him, is the only Nigerian who has done what he did, to take the military headlong with bare hands. He confronted the military to stand still. It's only brave men that do those such things. So when we are talking about being hardworking, it does not require muscles. Engineering does not require muscles. It requires brains. What Jacinta is doing in South Africa today, how many Nigerian radio producers can do it? That lady was a radio producer. You get the point I'm making? For a radio producer to force the country on his knees, appear before the president and put matters to him, and they're trying to reach compromise with her, know that she's not a lazy woman. South Africans, they want to take their country back. The country belongs to them. If you come to my house and I don't want to receive you, what can you do about it? It's my house. I'm the lord of my house. They own their country. So if they say we should leave, we just have to leave. Let us fix Nigeria. During the apartheid era, Please let me make a point, one more point. During the apartheid era, neighbors, South African neighbors, were still going to the mines to work in South Africa. From Malawi, Zimbabwe, what's called Lesotho, and other countries. They were still going there. But Nigerians were not going because Nigeria was on top of the game at that time. We had surplus money. Yakubu Gowon said, money is not the problem, but what to do with money. That was what Yakubu Gowon said. We were not going. It is because the country has nosedived. We're already in shit. This is why we are not going to, in fact, kissing the devil. Let me put it that way. So if they say we should leave, I think they are doing us a lot of good. Let us come back to fix the country. What went wrong? A situation whereby kidnappers will be kidnapping people and the sponsors of terrorism are left unchecked. I mean, what do you expect? Do you expect such a country to get out of the woods? So these are the issues we should take into proper consideration. And the level of corruption in Nigeria has no equal in Africa as far as corruption is concerned. From these articles I read, no country in Africa can defeat Nigeria when it comes to corrupt practices. I'm not saying it's a good quality, but what are we doing about it? Look at Gbajabiamila or whatever it is called. The Senate has concluded their investigation. Gbajabiamila was not called. The man who allegedly received 400 million, the man who gave him the money was not called. So what kind of investigation did they carry out? At the end of the day, they will issue a white paper and say this is exactly, I mean, so we're a bunch of jokers. This is why I believe that Nigeria is irredeemable. Nigeria is beyond redemption. Thank you, Mr. KJ. Please, I will send you the article.
All right.
If
Thank
you
you,
don't
Mr.
mind,
James.
forefathers, I will also send it to you if you don't mind. Ovie and yourself, Dr. Rudolph.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Ovie, there's a question for you on the comment section. I'm sure you saw it, but while you comment, you can respond to that question. It says, can you please tell us one or two glory of the civil war that Igbo people are enjoying? All right. Go ahead.
Who's talking about enjoyment? Before the conversation started properly, we are talking about as a convention or the symposium that was held in some part of Southeast on behalf of the late Nigerian dictator, what's it then called? The guy that was assassinated in 66 or what?
Oh, you're talking about Aguirre.
Yeah.
No,
those are
not
the
me. It was KJ that spoke about it.
Yeah, but what was coming from the so-called symposium? Why did he bring it into there? Why was he encouraging more of that? The truth is that it's a civil war that takes place. And there's a conversation that needs to be held in both ways. So for somebody to come and say, oh, this part of the civil war is not good, and this question should not be asked, it's not acceptable, especially when you are looking forward to lead the country. Whether we like it or not, it's still a scar in our history, and it's still very fresh. People who fought that civil war are still alive. So yes, anybody who wants to lead the nation deserves that kind of a question. As I said, you can criticize the fact that the journalists have been biased with the question. They are not asking the other candidate the same question. That is a given, that I agree. But to say, oh, we should not ask this question because of what? He's from that place. The action took place in this region. We want to know what they think about it. We want to know if it's still emotional at stature, what happened, and if it does, it's human, it's accepted, it's still very fresh. So those are the things we want to know. But for somebody to come and tell me, a journalist for them to say, no, you should not ask that question. Who will be? You are running for president, for God's sake, expect anything. Out of 240 million people, say you won't lead them. Okay, now you get to come now, we'll go scrutinize you. Everything will be thrown at you. That's what it means to only 240 million people. Doesn't matter if it takes place in another place. You live in America. How many presidents don't assassinate? If statistics start me where about 14% of them have been assassinated, why seeking for power? Why staying in power? So they don't say they happen anywhere. Now we are human beings. That's who we are. We kill for fun. We kill for fun. Only species on this planet that does that. Mogu no go there. As I said, it's our story. On the issue of South Africa, I think the small girl, the young lady, missed an opportunity here.
Sorry, the question the person asked you on this thing. The question, Rudolph,
I just pointed out to you that you started. Why did you brought
what is the thing they are enjoying? That's what the person asked you.
I just like, can you just listen to what I just answered you?
No, don't answer me. The person asked you a question. Don't answer me.
I just answered the question by using you as an example. God damn it!
Answer the question. Come on.
Dr. Dameji, please, can you tell him? I just answered it. I say you using that as an example. How you spoke with it gloriously when you were talking about it. You encourage more of it. Come on, man. Stop being a kid. No, there's not useful now.
The question the person
I
asked
just
you.
answered it. Nobody answer, so.
Please, Rudolph, can you put back that question so that you will see it?
Dr. Dameji, what I just said. Hold on. What I just said. Did you respond to that question or not?
This is a question. Answer the question.
How do you want me to answer it?
Okay.
No, tell me now. Tell me how to answer it.
All right. So
I said when you started this show by talking about that event from a good faith.
Is
that a fact or not?
Okay.
Let me help you, Ovie.
No, help me first. No, help me. What's that? Somebody's helping, I bet.
It's me.
Good. So me citing that as an example is not good enough for you. You were the one that body you talking about gloriously. You encourage more of it. Why did you encourage more of that? If it's not good.
Rudolph, you were here when I spoke. I don't know what the person asked you how to do what I said. Now the person, hold on.
Okay.
Sir.
All right. Hold on. Wait, hold on. You don't understand. Hold on. Obviously, you don't understand my answer. Hold on, please. Now my time. Dr. Dameji, did you take my answer or not? You say I should give you two, I give one.
You guys, first of all, you guys have gone so far away from the topic, and I want to get the view of other people. Sometimes when people watch this and they want to follow the conversation, it goes on this tangent. It's not helpful. But let me say this. Let me explain everything for you guys. It's interesting that Obi raised another issue, which is the interview that Sheon had with Peter Obi. It was something that people had issue with, including Aisha Yusufu, Rufai, or Seni, for different reasons. Okay. Somehow, for me, the point Obi was making, I kind of agree with him. Anybody, if you are running for an office, you can be asked any question. You can answer if you want to. You have to figure out how to answer the question. I don't think it's the fault of. You can say that the journalists asking the question didn't ask a good question. Yeah, but they have the right to ask that question. The other part of it is that for people supporting a candidate, they can raise issues with the questions, and that's a feedback for the journalist. It's also right. I don't have any problem with them. If you are supporting a candidate, raising an issue that this reporter didn't do a good job, that's normal. That's okay. But the role of the journalist is to ask any question. If they fail, they will get the feedback immediately, from people. So that should happen. So I don't think there's any issue. But in terms of when they were talking, the guy that asked the question on the comment section, I was thinking that you would talk about when they talk about, like typical people saying that during the war they were able to refine petroleum, they were able to do this.
No. Hold on. This is not the. Hold on.
You can say.
Hold on. Now me talk say people they use them as also a positive opportunity. I believe me talk. So somebody cannot put the context into my head. Anybody who raise up behind here say Obino they get sympathy vote because of Biafra. Can anybody do that? Anybody who swear say Obino they get one single vote because of sympathy for the Biafra war? So what are we talking about?
See, you just joined military.
My God, let me come back. Forget it. See, I know there's someone who knows it. Let me use my time now. I beg. Right. See, let me answer the topic of today. Dr. Dameji, at the challenge KG on Friday, me and him will talk about the civil and Biafra. Put it out there. Set time for us. I'm available. I will call up anything I want to that day. Making accept my proposal. Handshake. Virtually. We are debating this on Friday, if you are with me. KJ, now you are the talk to. Gentlemen, the man quiet forever. Let me finish. When they talk, no, they talk again. The man quiet like that. Now, on the issue of South Africa, beg, leave me. I put the challenge.
Coming for the
I don't ready on Friday, this Friday, we dey go. Friday, Dr. Dameji, forward me the time and every other thing that needed to follow along. Let's go ahead. So let's talk about time.
Arrange it anytime.
So on South Africa, the girl missed an opportunity to actually stand out. Why do I say that? I understand a small girl. Maybe she no get that intuition here. She never matured that level. Or the people that she represents because she worked for an agency. Because there would have been a good opportunity for her to use that platform to speak to the issue, regardless of where she stands. But again, I understand that she's on a contract. Maybe the company that she can't show contract with don't allow her to dabble into politics. Or she hasn't come to that kind of consciousness because of her age. But as I said, a good platform to actually go straight, set the record straight, speak to the issue. As far as I'm concerned, maybe that opportunity is on the table or it has been lost. I don't know. Two, I think man of prestige was talking about FIBA, why they want to say 20% stake of the business side of FIBA out. When he was talking about that, this South African issue comes to mind. Because we can criticize the poor people on the street, we can talk anything we want. It was a campaign policy by a group of politicians that if we get an opportunity to be in power, this is what we are going to do. So it is not the genius of those people in the street, the organizing skill. No, this is coming from the top down. Those people, God bless them, they were able to win some seats in the house. Therefore, the NCSC or whatever they call the majority party, no get choice than to go into a shared government with them. So that is what is taking place. And I'm saying that to say, unless you get consequences, right? Maybe we never get that kind of faction in Nigeria yet, but it's coming. There's so many reasons you can read to what is going on in South Africa, but it's happening in everywhere, and it's just the beginning. So it is not something that just originated from the street because the people are fed up, all those everybody mentioning their leader, how genius they are. No. This is a well-organized movement from the top down. As I said, it was a campaign, it might not be official policy of the government now, but it was a campaign policy by a group of people who want to come into government. They got into government, they are implementing it, they are pushing it. So we can reason it all we want. However we see it, it is bigger than just say some people are stupid, some people are mad. And again, dealing with enemy business where when war they go on is a normal practice. If you catch it, just because this government they fight, don't means no activities no be gone. It all depends on the rules and regulations that play between those the countries that we are talking about here. But Dr. Dameji, the way they try to control my voice by the ring bell is not acceptable. I sleep, wake up 2 times when somebody was still speaking. I slept, wake up. I have to put on the comment section. One person was still speaking. But it's okay. Now here we did. I will continue to comment to make sure this platform will become echo chamber for one particular group of people or group of subjects. Now what's going to make me they come here? That go they put needle for those that are bourbon. So you can make me talk 2 minutes, 2 seconds, all like that. Make every other person talk 2 hours. Because people are watching and I'm watching too.
Thank you so much. Maska, welcome back. We've talked about the bishops that went to visit Bola Tinubu in Aso Rock, and we are now talking about South Africa, the whole xenophobic attacks, and where we are with the story because it continues. Reaction of Nigeria, Ghana, the proposed performance of the musician that was cancelled, Showere's reaction to the attack on the musician. We talked about Trevor Noah and the heat he got from Nigerians who felt that he kept quiet while the attack was going on. So that's where we are. So you can weigh in on any of those things.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Rudolph, and once again, good evening to all the panelists and the people on the comment section. A big shout out to forefathers. I can see you have settled back home. Thank God for joining Mercies. Now, like I said at the beginning, my specific interest is about the South African woman. My interest is not really to do with her like that, you know, but it's more to do with, for me, everything that would support a rise in our consciousness. You know, I'm happy that ultimately she has wisen up. I think what had happened was that they've removed Lagos as part of her itinerary. And for me, I think it's a win for us and for South Africans also. So they would know that, because when people are doing the wrong thing and you keep quiet, it's kind of embolden the people to continue to do the wrong things. And I think that is the primary reason why Nigeria is where it is. People do all sorts of things and then we don't say anything. If you do a routine search, somebody will tell you that Kogi State is the most corrupt state, but what is happening? Nothing is happening. You know, so people will continue to do what they do. One would hand the baton to the other person to continue what he was saying. I'm happy that people were pushing back, and I'm happy that she has removed it. So, which means people would see that, look, there's right, there's wrong, and there's also the need for you to point out when something wrong is going on in any way you can. So I think that's the much I can say. I have watched when you guys were discussing about the bishops. I'm also happy because my position is that both religions in Nigeria, they need to reform themselves, both Christianity and Islam. And I'm happy that that's the kind of reform I'm talking about. If you say we are plenty Christians, then you should, at least that should be a basis of organizing yourselves in such a way that the bulk of these people that say they are Christians, their life should be better. What's the point in organizing yourself if it's not going to end up in a better position for you and your people? I believe that if the next thing now I would want to happily see is some major Islamic cleric to gather his own people also to go to Aso Villa and say a lot of Muslims are also suffering. So it shouldn't just be also a Christian thing now. If both Muslim and Christian leaders are now going there and saying, oh look, there's a problem. This is the basic responsibility. That is the basic responsibility. It's not to be preaching and preaching and preaching. The truth is that the man that is a Christian should have, okay, I know that Christian, they say man should not live by bread alone, but that presupposes that the man has bread. This is a concern where the man doesn't even have the bread. Therefore, the first role of a pastor is to see how people will get bread, you know. I think that it was a good thing, and I don't believe that it's a political thing. It was a social responsibility. It's them going, it's not, they are not going under any political platform. They are going on behalf of a social group, even if you call it religious group. A religious group is a social group. It's not a political group. So these are the things. Me, I'm happy, honestly. I'm happy that these things are happening. Like I said, what I would really love is to see some Islamic clerics also gather themselves under a banner, whether it's Nasrul Islam or Nafsat or whatever it is. Let them go there also and flex their muscle and say, look, our people are suffering, because that's the reality on ground. The truth is that everybody across the board, across all religions, people are suffering. And the primary responsibility of these leaders of religious sects is to let the political people also know that, look, it is, if you don't win any Islamic Muslim vote, I don't win a single Christian vote, how would you have been a president? Even though somebody will argue that no, they are rigging. But I doubt if no Christian rigs you, no Muslim rigs you into power, you can't be a president of this country. So I think for me, these are two good things. It's good that we get her to counsel it, and it's good that we are having pastors to go and speak truth to power. I yield. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Maska. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. And greetings to the panelists, greetings to the chat and the viewers. I think we're talking about religious leaders going to Aso Rock or the presidency to go and ask for. I think that is a good thing, as Maska said. I don't think much wrong with that. I wish they were more outspoken when divisive rhetoric is going around in the country and you see tribal divisions everywhere. And I hope they keep engaged throughout the period when the actual campaign commences. And at the same thing for the Muslims from the north, I hope they too come out. But I think if leadership, start showing up, traditional leaders, all of them start saying, no, we have to have a sane system where without all this stuff going on, I think they are sending a signal, and the followers will more likely pay attention to that. And because some of all these things they take their lead from what their leaders are doing. Because if a leader is not living large and is asking the people to make sacrifice, the people are far more willing to make that kind of sacrifice. But if they see the leader living in luxury and, with all the various things that they can do without, and then you're asking people to make sacrifice, that's where the problem is. And when people say Nigerian people are suffering, I think that's where they are coming from. That the way their leaders are living is not, they are completely detached from the lives of their people. That is a problem, because if you can't make any sense of the fact that there are nations out there that have lived on rations, but their people don't go after them. But that's another one. Shore, I think I don't know what Shore did to I don't know what's up with my mic. People are saying something is wrong with my mic. I don't know my mic. I don't know these days. What's going on?
Your mic is okay.
Okay, so good. So I don't know what is it with Shore. I think I gathered that he was trying to defend Tyler, from South Africa. South Africans they are really surprising me. Every single day they surprise me even more. That I'm almost tempted to say the entire nation is xenophobic, because you even see even musicians, they don't come out and say anything about what their people are doing to other Africans. I remember Sonny Kosu sang a lot of songs about the apartheid regime and Majek Fashek, all of them. But all these artists, they don't seem to have any moral compass. Zero. And it really bothers me. And all they asked her to do was just condemn attacking fellow Africans. And I don't know why we try to conflate the idea of, oh, this is my house, you need to leave, with the fact that this is my house, you came in and I will kill you, and I will kill you, and you need to leave at the same time. That is the difference. When you start killing people that are not yours because they are not from your country, don't be surprised when people start condemning you. And people should really stop saying that thing that, oh, there is their country, they have the right to. Who says that they never had the right to do that? But stop lynching people, stop treating people like animals because they are in your country. I don't know why people try to defend South Africa. When they try to do that, they're giving South Africans an excuse to misbehave. Yes, if people like Nigerians go to South Africa, they do drugs and all those things, they too should be condemned and treat them accordingly. They should be dealt with according to the law. But this idea that we'll have jungle justice and they will tell you that they are trying to uphold the law while they are breaking the law at the same time, I don't know what kind of mentality is that. That's a recipe for anarchy. So I don't support what is going on in South Africa. I don't support Tyler being able to come to Nigeria, especially when she has had ample opportunities to condemn it. Sometimes I even worry that South Africa, the way they have been a kind of structured, those these coloreds are what they call in America the buffer class. They are part of the problem, because I gather that Trevor Noah is doing the same thing. He's hedging his bet here and there, pretending as if he doesn't know what is going on. This is the kind of shenanigans they play all the time. It's like, what kind of not? These are people that Trevor Noah will go to America and pretend as if it's all for black people and everything, and equal. But he sees fellow African being lynched, he will not say anything. And you wonder why South Africa is where it is today. When people like that are so two-faced, they are really, really two-faced, and you should be scared of people like that. I know, James, you wanted to say something?
Money they play role.
Please. I would like to interrupt you. Just finish your line of thought, please.
Okay. So
Thank you
people
very
like
much.
that,
Thank you.
yeah, people like that are two-faced. They pretend as if they are wanting, but yet they dislike black Africans. They too have been conditioned to prefer European people and favor Europeans, especially those so-called buffer class. Most of them are like that. When I say South Africans, I'm saying it from the context that the signal that is coming out from there, this is the direction. It doesn't mean that there are no people, there are no ones out there that are completely against this. And funny enough, the ones that have the clearest, the people with the highest clarity about this are most of them are Europeans, for crying out loud. In that country, they know clearly what is going on is clearly not the fault of black Africans, and they state it clearly. And people like Malema, the rest, they pretend as if they don't know what's happening. Even that so-called I don't know what it's called, this guy that comes to make inspirational speeches and motivational speeches everywhere. And even the way he was talking in Nigeria, and Nigerians were sitting there when he was saying those things. I was looking at it like, the stuff he was saying was actually xenophobic. He makes it sound as if they are not, but they are. Many of these people, Ramaphosa, all of them, they share the same views. And the stupidness of the entire thing is that this is the same people that took Israel to International Court of Justice for violating the Palestinian right by doing a lot of killings and everything. And within a couple of years, look at what they are doing again. And they've been doing it almost like, funny enough, almost like the Israelis, although the Israeli one is far worse. But they too, South Africa has been doing this repeatedly. This is not a one-off event. I don't understand how African leaders tolerate it. I don't know what they think they are getting from South Africa. What is it you are getting from South Africa that you're not going to get from China? Or you are not going to get from Europe? You're not going to get from anywhere else? Why do you accept them killing your own people? Because if they are killing Nigerians in UK right now, the whole world will be hearing about it. We'll not hear the end of it. But somehow South Africans can do it repeatedly and get away with it. And I hear what KJ is saying. Every day KJ is growing on me on some level. When he said that when Bianca came out a little bit strong, I noticed her absence. They've reined her in. I don't know why. Maybe because the people that are mostly being targeted in all these events are not from certain parts of the country. Because I saw how the ones in Ethiopia welcomed her when she was there. You see, this is the thing about Nigeria that I don't understand what is going on. Because I know for sure Abike Dabre was once, even instead of her to be trying to cater to her own citizens, she's busy castigating them. Partly because they are not from her own part of the country. This kind of behavior, personally, if you know that there are more people from certain part of the country that are mostly overseas, maybe you should be appointing people from those areas now and again to represent that ministry of that country. Because if you keep having people that don't share the sensibilities, this in ties with the people that are experiencing most of these attacks, then you can see this sort of nonsense keeps happening. Because Bianca came out strongly and said, these people are not even attacking black people. They are white people. They just keep only attacking black people all the time. And that's the kind of stuff you want to truly hear at a high level. This nonsense where they are pretending as if they don't know what is going on, this is very, very horrible, because those Europeans there that are of the higher, these upper classes, they will never share wealth. No upper class shares wealth with the poorer people. So I feel like Nigerians have to react more to this type of these events. The only thing that they are praising Tinubu for doing was not meeting the envoy from South Africa, which I don't see that as a big deal. And I've not seen Nigeria take the kind of action that Ghana is taking. Ghana is basically leading this in African continent now in terms of holding South Africa accountable. Finally, I actually think this is an opportunity for Nigeria if Nigerians were thinking strategically, because South Africa is one of the countries that dominates telecommunication in Africa. South Africa is competing with Nigeria in terms of music and movies, those areas. What they've done now, technically, they've decided, you know what we are going to do? We are going to shoot ourselves in the foot, and Nigeria should take the opportunity to expand its influence in such a way that South Africa will not be even in the running anymore. If you think they are counseling South Africa in Nigeria, many African countries will not welcome South Africa right now. Nigeria should capitalize on that to expand their influence, just the way Dangote is doing all over the continent to increase the influence of Nigeria. But I'm not going to hold my breath. Maybe they are, because I'm using MTN in Nigeria. My data goes like water. We are still investigating where my data is going to. I'm beginning to see what Showore was complaining about. So this is something we have to investigate. So maybe they are taking their revenge by taking our data. I don't know what is going on. Thank you for that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, forefathers. Let me just announce that Italy, this is breaking news. Italy closes air and sea borders, suspends Schengen visa over Spain, with Spain over the migrant crisis.
Sorry, you rang the bell. There was something I wanted to add. One last thing. South Africa, what is happening in South Africa right now, and what is happening in Spain is connected. People have this is said that there is evidence that is actually connected to Israel. And these countries are countries that go after Israel. As a matter of fact, when the Nigerian government went after Israel, that's when this Christian genocide thing exploded. So there is this element. I don't know how Israel does it. I really don't know how they do it. They've mastered the art of being able to manipulate nations. And Netanyahu was actually saying it in one of his speeches that he uses his own Jewish language to say. He was actually saying it that this thing that Spain is doing, they're not going to get away with it. And there is evidence. They are bragging about it. You see, that thing about Israel, they don't hide it. They don't hide it in their own country. They talk about it. They talk about all this that they are doing to other people. So we have to be careful, and that's what I find strange, that South Africa is falling for it, knowing full well that these people are after them. Somehow they are still falling for it. It tells you that the way, even if you know something intellectually, in terms of how your nation is influenced, is you have to know how to check people from manipulating your nation, because there's something about it that as an individual you can't block. And this is what South Africa is going through now. This is why when their minister come and tell you that something is going on here, maybe you should listen to them. There is something that is going on that we don't fully understand. Because what South Africa is doing now seems like a mad thing. Maybe in time we'll find out. Thank you.
All right. Hold on, Mr. James. People are complaining I'm allowing Ovie to talk for 1 hour. Ovie is complaining I didn't let him talk for 10 minutes. People are saying I should give forefathers 3 hours. Ovie spoke for... You know, sometimes when people talk, they don't even have any sense of time, and they blame me. I'm always here to take the blame for everything wrong. It's all right. Ike, welcome back.
Yeah, leader. Don't be feel like a leadership style.
Yeah.
The damage is frozen.
The damage is thank you.
See? That's why when you say something not correct about Ruby.
What happened? Yeah. I'm here. Go ahead, Ike.
You froze.
I'm frozen.
No. Sorry. I went out. Dr. Damages, I'm getting ready to fly away from here. I'm going for vacation. So 1 or 2 things are keeping me away. What are we talking about? South Africa? Because we were talking about the Oni of Ife before I left.
Yeah, we're talking about South Africa now, and the continuing reaction to the xenophobic attacks on Africans in their country.
Well, if you can indulge me to talk about the Oni of Ife before I switch over to South Africa, because...
All right, go ahead.
You know, Dr. Damage is like you said, when we should be able to compare with what he said and what the Archbishop was saying. This is Nigeria for you. The question should be, what was Oni of Ife saying after 2023 election, and what is he saying now? If each and every one of us can see the heart of man, all those things that he was vomiting from his mouth, is he really coming from his heart? Or is he just playing that politics of Emiloko, that politics of on your mandate we shall sink, you know? So it is what it is. You know, I have a lot of respect for traditional institutions, you know, but when the traditional rulers have become politicians that are being used as a pawn by politicians that they're supposed to, you know, they're supposed to be able to be respected when traditional rulers speak. But what kind of traditional rulers do we have today? Traditional rulers that have been appointed by politicians. You know, that's why they have lost the respect of their people. You know, but I still believe that there are some traditional rulers, more especially in the eastern part of Nigeria, that a lot of people still have a lot of respect for, and there are a lot of them that have lost their respect and dignity before the Igbo people. The same thing applicable in the west and in the north, because most of these traditional rulers have abandoned their traditional responsibilities and begin to play politics. You know, so what he was rambling about, this is the one of the greatest problem we're having in Nigeria, because the so-called people of, you know, power and authority, they cannot use their platform, they cannot use their, you know, their bigger pulpit to speak the truth for Nigerians to be able to know which direction are they supposed to be going. So am I surprised of what he was saying? No, it is just he's a normal Nigerian politician, you know. So you know, should anybody be surprised? No, I should not be surprised. But what is important is that when they use their bully pulpit to say things that is not true, to say things that are not, you know, reality, to say things that Nigerians are not seeing, because he has turned to become an economic advisor and finance minister to the government of Nigeria. That is what he was speaking, because he's now the minister and the economic advisor, probably the governor of Central Bank. He become everything together. But what is the practical reality of Nigerian lives? All those things he was quoting and saying. How is Nigerians, the common Nigerian man and woman in the street, how is their life being affected by all those grammar he was speaking? This is the problem. And at the end of the day, when they speak all this grammar, they will go to Asorok and have a handshake, you know. So, but it is what it is. To talk about South Africa, listen, for Dr. Damages, the problem is that we have a government in Nigeria that has no legitimacy. We have a government that is not respected by anybody. We have a government that is being questioned by almost even the smallest country that is not supposed to stand before Nigeria. Nigerians are being questioned by the credibility and legitimacy of the people that are called their leaders. So whatever South Africa is doing today is because they have seen that we don't have a government, because they have seen the system in Nigeria is so corrupt to the point that we don't have legitimacy among nations of the world. If not, was it not the same South Africa that Nigeria spent every human resources we have to make them to become a nation? And today our people are being chased like rat, and you know, they are being chased like rat and dog in South Africa. Why? Because you don't have a government. You don't have any authority that can be able to say, South Africa, what you are doing, I'm giving you 48 to 72 hours. If what you are doing does not stop, Nigerian government is going to come hard on you. But no, because we don't have government. We don't have, the government has no legitimacy. So everybody comes and ride on your back, climb you, and they use Nigerians as a staircase, you know, because we don't have anybody to speak for us. That is the failed country we are trying to see how we can rescue. If not, Nigerians, there is no country in the world that doesn't commit crime. There is no country where there is no crime. Why is it that everything is being piled upon Nigeria and that we are the people that are doing the thing? Every country, we have people, we have bad people, we have citizens that commit crime. And why is it that everywhere we go, we are being chased up, we are being chased like animals, you know? So I think that South Africa is doing what they're doing and getting away with it is because of the illegitimacy of the government that we have. If not, that musician, what God she had, and the people that were organizing that event for her to come to Nigeria and play in Nigeria in December, why Nigerians have been murdered in South Africa, why Nigerian businesses have been taken over illegitimately, why the government is watching in South Africa, Nigerians are being treated like they didn't come from nowhere. And we talk about we Africans, we talk about African Union, we talk about whatever we talk about Africa. At the end of the day, Nigeria's centerpiece of African foreign policy is Africa. And where is our position today in Africa? Nigerians are being treated anyhow, from Togo to Benin, to Mali, to Guinea, to Burkina Faso, to Senegal, to anywhere in the world. We are seen as criminals. You are flying anywhere with Nigerian green passport. You are treated as if you are not a human being. So it is because you don't have a government. Because if you have a government, things like this will not happen. Ghana having the same issue, but how is the Ghanaian being treated all over the world? There is respect. Why treating Ghanaians? Nigeria has become Nigeria that is known as the giant of Africa today. We are not being respected. We are being treated like we are nobody. So South Africa doing whatever they're doing and getting away with it. They have their companies in Nigeria. What are we doing? What has the government done in order to show that what these people are doing and Nigerian people in South Africa is not good? What has the government done? Nothing. It's all about speaking grammar. It's all about playing politics with everything. So at the end of the day, who is going to win and who is going to lose? At the end of the day, Nigerians lose. So South Africa, I feel that that musician, I'm happy that she was able to cancel that program she was planning to have in Nigeria, because you think that, Nigerian citizens, I want to be appreciative of Nigerian citizens who were speaking out that this concert should not hold. And I'm very, very happy that at the end of the day, it's not going to help. So as long as the government you have in Nigeria is concerned, you on your own, wherever you are in Nigeria, you live outside Nigeria, my advice to you is to do the right thing. Follow the rules and regulations. Follow the laws of the country where you live. Don't expect anybody to come for your rescue and for your aid when you're into trouble, because you don't have a government. Your government is so corrupt that nobody from your government is respected anywhere in the world. We are seen as corrupt people. So you need to live your life, do the right thing, follow the rules, follow the laws of the country where you have found yourself, and make sure that when you get into trouble, you have the resources to fight for your case. I raise my case.
Thank you, Ike. Let me just point out, just before I come to you to round up, James, I checked the trade deficit. Sometimes we speak as lay people who are just not in government. We don't even know, trade deficit between South Africa and Nigeria. So South Africa imports about $1.69 billion from Nigeria. Nigeria imports something worth about 468 million from South Africa. So just looking at that, if we should break relationship with South Africa on the basis of this, we are the ones that will suffer. So that may be a factor in the reaction Nigeria is showing.
Actually, it's the opposite, because oil is leverage. It's the opposite. If we pull it from them, they are in trouble.
Oh, they can get it from somewhere else. They can get it from Angola.
Yeah,
they can go if Angola is closer to them than Nigeria.
Yeah, then why they don't buy from Angola?
I don't know, but I'm just saying that's the balance, the books. If you look at Ghana, it's the opposite.
So Ghana MTN.
Huh?
MTN and this.
No, I didn't look at the businesses they have in Nigeria or they will have in. I'm just talking about the trading, the trading. But in Ghana has the opposite. It's surplus for Ghana. So Ghana can decide to say, look, go to hell, So there may be a factor. I'm not saying.
Ours is leverage. The oil is leverage, especially with the Iran war going on right now. It's actually leverage. If we decide to pull that oil from them, they are in big trouble.
Yeah, but I'm just, you are saying this as if they won't have any
Because
option.
Dangote can use the oil.
It's not like they don't have any option.
Take the
So
oil and
anyway,
give to Dangote.
I'm just saying that may be what's going on that we are not seeing. Sometimes I want to see, I want to think about what we may not be seeing because we are commenting on this as outsiders.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, you are trying to use economic gains on the expenses of Nigerian life that have been lost unnecessarily.
No,
that Nigerians are taken away from their homes like dogs and murdered on the street. Is it what you're trying to say?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there may be something that we are not seeing why the government is reacting this way. I was just thinking, why is it that Ghana could take these steps that Nigeria is not willing to take? Maybe there's something going on. It may be.
Yeah, but the same is true when Ghana treats Nigerians badly. You see, Nigerian government, they don't react. Even when Ghana treats us bad, destroy our consulate building, ask Nigerians to pay 1 million, all kinds of stuff people do to us, Nigerian government will just sit there. So it's not new that Nigerian government just sits and watch. For whatever reason, maybe there's a reason like you said, but I don't think it's got to do with trade. Because we sell more to Ghana than Ghana gives to us.
Then the other thing to think about is what is happening in Spain. It's actually Moroccans that were going into Spain, not other Africans. You know, I was thinking that you may find that most of them are from sub-Saharan Africa. No, most of them are from Morocco going over. So what it should make Africans think is, what is the kind of economic difference between Morocco and Spain that 50,000 people from Morocco will want to go to Spain and live? Just think about that. If Nigeria is close to Spain, if they say somebody opens the door, how many Nigerians will go into Spain? If Morocco that we look up to, I mean, not look up to, we look at Morocco and we think that their standard of living and their GDP per capita is actually a lot higher than that of Nigeria. If they are willing to move over 50,000 young men to move to Spain at any opportunity, think about Nigerians or people from Ghana. If they have that opportunity, how many of them? And that will tell us something about where we are in Africa in terms of our economy and how we are growing. All right. Anybody has any final thought before we close up on this? I want to go to rant and then round up and hand over to Forefathers for part 2. Any outstanding issue? Ovie, we don't have time to discuss this today, but that interview and the outcome of that it's been playing out in so many places. Ovie's interview. What might happen, which people don't know, is this: the advice he might get now will be, don't do interviews. That will be one of the reactions. After all, Tinubu is not doing interviews. After all, Atiku is not doing interviews. So that might be the advice.
Well, I think the question would be, is the interview helping him or not?
Hold on, let me finish. What might happen is that he might not do interviews, you know, and I'm sure, and I think I've heard from people advising him, you don't have to do this. Don't go to, if they are not being fair to you, or if they're asking questions that you don't want to take, or if you are not prepared to take these kinds of questions. So that might be what will happen. And then are we going to be better off? So I just wanted to drop.
I don't think he can afford it. He will be at the losing hand, because what leverage does he have? He doesn't have that political network like that they will, communicating his policies and ideas to the Nigerian people. The government is using the state apparatus to do that. So if he stops talking to people, who is at the losing hand? It's not him. It's not between him and the journalists, or between him and Nigeria. It's between him and Tinubu. If you are not training, your opponent is training. So if you take that decision, I wish him luck.
I think he should carry on talking, because publicity is also good. Sometimes, even when it is bad publicity, as long as people can see that you are actually sincere, it will translate to positive thing. I remember when Obama had his pastor problem, and the more he spoke, the more people gravitated towards him, even when the pastor was cursing America like crazy, and he attended his church. So I think he really should get himself. I think P2B should get himself out there, because Tinubu is just coasting now. Why would somebody not be campaigning and getting himself out there, and they are expected to win? then you should be the one getting yourself in the mouths and minds of Nigerians all the time. Sooner or later, they will, if you mean well, they will see through it. And when you talk, people will know where you are and that you are talking. And soon you find that the president will be the one running to come and copy you. Because I don't understand why somebody's not talking, then they get away with it. I will run circle around that person. I will be accusing the person every single day. I'll be putting one accusation against him. Let's see what he's gonna do.
That's what people do.
You will have to come and defend yourself.
All right.
And again, Obi don't have more people speaking for him this time around compared to 2023. After Obi, there's a layer that we're everywhere talking on his behalf in 2023. But I'm not seeing that this time around. There's no layer between him and his followership that actually is supposed to be on the feed too, taking all these lashes from the journalists and everybody. It's just only him. And if he's making that decision to stay off, I don't know how that's going to play out.
Doctor, please, can I quickly say something, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I wanted to speak to something that we may have missed with respect to this Morocco thing, because Forefathers said something that I wanted to see if I was here at the time. Something we're missing is, remember this issue of Western Sahara, the status of Western Sahara. That's on one hand. I don't know if you noticed, and I found it really interesting that this thing happened because just a couple of weeks ago, I happened upon it was on some form of documentary for the first time. And I kind of assume that a lot of people are only knowing this for the first time with this incident, so-called migrant incident. I don't know if you're aware or if you're actually taking time to look at the fact that they're two parts of what's supposed to be part of Morocco that actually belongs to Spain, one, including that Quetta that people were alleged to have mass migrated into, that seems to serve as some sort of funnel into Canary Islands, and of course the not so small matter of Gibraltar and how that is disputed as well. So even right, and it's still disputed. So technically, it's in Morocco. It's physically in Morocco, but it belongs to Spain. So when they're telling you, because media, this thing can be funny. When they're telling you people mass migrated into Spain, physically it's in Morocco. That's the irony. And the part where what Forefathers said is very significant is even I myself, because a lot of people will tell you, you people, you've come again, you are conspiracy theorists. It's a well-known it's not so open secret that Israel plays a part in a lot of what you see happening, even in Africa, even in South America. Anybody can say what they whatever to say. Sometimes it depends on what amount of information you have. That actually, this thing is not. It has nothing to do with Israel is a major player. A lot of things are coming to fore. Geopolitics is interesting though. So whenever we
Femi, can you tie it with the Odyssey, the movie that just came out that had to do with that particular area too?
Yeah, you're right.
It's a coincidence that it happened at the same time.
Obviously, you see, there's a law. See, when they tell us all governments lie, the thing what we don't know anything. No.
Nothing.
Where they play? We know nothing. Even things are happening in Nigeria, we know nothing. We think we're controlling ourselves. We're wasting our time. We go soon learn. It might be too late.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Okay. Any other thought on that? We take a break. Okay. We'll take a break. We'll come back with rant and round it up again. Thank you so much for joining us, and I appreciate all of you. You can like it at this point, share so that more people will get to see this. And if you can support us, we will appreciate it. right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying. And let me just, Mr. James, I think that's you. Or is he over here? Okay, it's over here. Just for your information, Pella got married today. I'm sure James has no idea who this person is. Our forefathers may not know, Ike may not know, but he's one of the top content creators in Nigeria. He got married today I believe it's in Lagos. So it's important that we mention that young people. Who is playing? Ike, I think it's you. All right. So that's and then I want to point out, this is for you, forefathers. Nigerian army named Africa's best in counter-terrorism operations. Are you not impressed?
No, I'm not even. Maybe it's the mean sub-Saharan Africa. No. They probably meant that because clearly we can't top this in Egypt or Algeria. Those they fought insurgency and defeated them. And Nigeria, I don't think is the best at it. Not even close.
All right. Kenya's President William Ruto announces free university education for Kenyan students starting in September. I'm sure that Tinubu will not be happy about this. While he's giving loans to Nigerian students, Kenya is giving them free education. Now, we're talking about what's happening in Spain and between Spain and Morocco. So the conversation now has moved to population. And Elon Musk, most of you know that, is now reminding Europe that every year Nigeria population, newborn in Nigeria is about 7.5 million people are born in Nigeria, while the whole of European Union, they have 3 million new births. So Nigeria has 4 million people more. And the fear all over the right wing, conservative wing of countries in Europe and America is that this African population, this is what we are going to see if we don't do anything about it. Again, at this point, I remind you that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have Paikide give us real life reports out of Nigeria, where he is, and if you can join us, it will be fun. He has videos, pictures, real people he's talking to, and they will tell us what's actually going on in the country. All right, so we are now going into rant. If you want to be part of it, we'll give you the chance to rant about anything that is bugging you about Nigeria and Africa. We'll give you 2-3 minutes. Let's start with Mr. James.
Yes, let me start with what Femi was saying about Moroccan territory that is still part of under Spanish control. I think during the colonial period or so, I can't remember, Portugal was having 2 cities in Morocco, Ceuta and Melilla. That's Portugal. While Spain was having an island in the Atlantic Ocean, not Atlantic, called Azores. For Spain to get to Azores, they have to cross Morocco. Sorry, they have to cross Portugal. For Portugal to get to Ceuta, Melilla, they have to cross Spain. Because, to solve the problem of the inconveniences involved, they decided to swap territories. Portugal gave Melilla and Ceuta to Spain, while Spain handed over Azores to Portugal. That is how those 2 cities in Morocco up to today are still part of Spain. Now, the question is, the African Unity, the AU, I do not know the reason why they've not discussed that issue at continental level. If they are saying that the whole of Africa is free, Ceuta and Melilla are on African soil. They are not free, they are still Spanish territories. So that is the history behind it. Then, in the case of South Africa, the musician has been blamed for not speaking out. I'm not defending them because I condemn what they're doing totally. I mean, sorry, partially, not totally, partially. There's a reason why most South Africans are unable to speak up. You know, since during the apartheid era, while they were fighting the white men, there were a lot of illegal guns, thousands of illegal guns in circulation in the country. In the country, South Africa, if you use your gun to shoot somebody, the ballistician will be able to identify the gun that fired the shot. So they committed atrocities against the apartheid regime, and the government of South Africa up to today are still looking for some guns desperately, because for reasons best known to them. Now, these guns are still in circulation. The people you see roaming the streets up and down, demonstrating, over half of them have got guns on their waists, below their belt. I hope you are getting me. Now, if the South African police dare confront the demonstrators, it's going to be a national catastrophe, because the amount of illegal guns in circulation in the country is very alarming. Check it on the internet. The amount of illegal guns or wanted list in South Africa is enormous. So this is the main reason why most South Africans are silent, because if you are seen or identified to be sympathizing with the migrants, you are putting your life on the line. So that is how South Africa is. And one thing they fail to realize is this. South Africa is on its way down. So as we are speaking right now, majority of the white firms are not reinvesting their profits in South Africa. Some mines are closing down, adding to the unemployment problem. Now, if you read the Zondo Commission, I have the report. Whosoever is interested should contact Dr. Damages. I will send it to him. If you read the Zondo Commission, the amount of corruption in South Africa is very frightening. This is what is causing the whole problem. And this is where I really congratulate Jacinta. They've identified the problem. How do we solve the problem? We have to take the government to task. The ANC government is rotting to the core. The airlines, the electricity ESCOM, the railway, all sectors of the economy have been hijacked. And this was exposed in Zondo Commission. So the only way is to remove the ANC from office. So this is what is really disturbing the country up to now. But one thing I disagree with is the habit of killing people, beating up immigrants. South Africa is not the first country in the world, in Africa, that expelled immigrants. There are tens of countries in Africa that expelled immigrants. Nigeria, Ghana, a lot of countries have expelled immigrants. But there was no occasion, even in Ghana and Nigeria, where immigrants were being attacked. They were only told to pack and leave. And they left in peace, not in pieces. But the habit of opening fire on immigrants, shooting them, destroying their properties, seizing their properties, is unacceptable. And the government of South Africa is unable to do anything because they want to win the next election, which I'm very convinced they are going to lose catastrophically. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Let me just point out, James, sometimes you talk about this idea, and I hear it here, that people should come back, like they should force Nigerians abroad to come back before Nigeria is fixed. I don't think that's...
I'm not saying so. I'm not saying we should force Nigerians to go back. If not, I should be the first to go back. I'm not in Nigeria. But the problem is, we should fix the country. How was Nigeria during the apartheid struggle? If we can revert to that same situation, Nigerians will go home voluntarily. The amount of corruption in Nigeria is very frightening. If somebody like Bajaber Miller is allegedly accused of accepting 400 million, and the government is unable to probe him, so what kind of country is that? If snakes embezzling money in Nigeria, what kind of country is that? Crude oil is being stolen every day in Nigeria. What sort of country? So these are the reasons why we are suffering.
Because that will fit into their own language, which is go back home and fix your country.
Yes, Jacinta is saying you should go back home and fix your country. We have enough problems here. We have overdose of problems. So don't come and make our bad situation worse. So go back and fix your country.
I'm just saying that, countries that are being fixed now, like India and other countries, they didn't send everybody that was abroad, the people abroad, to go back before they fix it. Anyway, that's by the way. Let's go to Ike. Ike, you have 2 minutes to write.
Why 2 minutes?
Okay, 3.
First of all, let me correct impression from Ovie. Ovie, 2027 electioneering campaign have not started. Political campaign activities will start by August 19. I don't see any other presidential candidate that has more than 10 people speaking for them right now. So you are saying 2023, Mr. Peter Obi has more people speaking for him. We're entering 2027. You should wait by August 19. We see if it is only Mr. Peter Obi will be speaking for himself. Okay? My rant is this. It's not a rant, but it's my last appeal to Kenneth Okonkwo to learn from people from the Southeast who have spoken or taken ill against Mr. Peter Obi, from Senator Kwere to Umahi. The rest of them is history. He should learn, because the consequences, what is going to come to him as Onyibo, he should ask questions. All those people from Southeast who felt that Mr. Peter Obi is their problem, the more they think about Mr. Peter Obi is their problem, the more they get into trouble. The week Umahi told Mr. Peter Obi for a debate, that was the week he entered into more deeper trouble. And since that day, he continued to get deeper into that trouble, because he was trying to use his bully pulpit to bully everybody. And let's forget about the death of the woman who died in his own private home. Listen, politicians from the Southeast should learn from Hope Uzodinma of Imo State. Irrespective of whatever that is going on, check Mr. Hope Uzodinma. If you have ever had Mr. Hope Uzodinma talk about Mr. Peter Obi, no, because he knows what the consequences of it is all about. So, Kenneth Okonkwo, you are still a young man. If you want to be a politician, you still have a lot of future ahead of you. So, you are a practicing lawyer who practices your law in channel television, but not in the law court. And you have been running around, dodging for you to be handed over the court something. You have been dodging, running around Nigeria, hiding yourself. When you appear at the channel as a lawyer, because that's where you practice your law, But you see, the thing is so funny is that the man you are trying to pull down today, he's a liar. He's a stainless man. He's a whatever. Automatically, that says so much about your own personality. Because this was the same man from 2022 to 2023. You are going everywhere around the world defending. So that shows your level of credibility. That shows your moral compass. That you do not have anything but all about your stomach. Everything you are doing is about your stomach. So it's my final advice to you. Because what is happening to Umahi today, he's not going to come out of it. He will not even know when 2027 election is going to finish. He'll be fighting about the lady who died in his house. Go and check in the Southeast as a whole. People who has gone against Mr. Peter Obi, look at Soludo, everything, upon his professorship. Where is his credibility? In the Southeast, he doesn't have anywhere. Umahi, Mr. Peter Obi is going to work in his own town. They will abandon Umahi and begin to follow Mr. Peter Obi. So I'm advising him. The campaign has not started, but he is beginning to call Mr. Peter Obi a liar, a this, a that. He practices law. I just hope that he can go to the court in Onitsha and be able to make sure that what he said he wants to tell Nigerians, that if he says it, Mr. Peter Obi might eventually stop his campaign. So I don't know why he's running away from telling us what he knows. So, but he goes to channel television to practice his law, even when the Nigerian journalist has been bought over by politicians, try to, arrange his neck in his bed. He will still tell you don't know what you're saying. So that's my rant. I just want to appeal to my brother Kenneth Okonkwo to go home, think about what is happening to politicians in the Southeast, and know for how long is he going to continue to run this hide and seek game he's playing. It's not going to help him. At the end of the day, we shall know where we'll end. And that's my rant.
All right, thank you, Ike.
I'm really sorry to say this, but Peter Obi is a classless, uncharismatic politician with little knowledge and zero depth. Okay. Look at just the lie that he just told. First of all, what he said is legally illogical. Defamation suit is a suit you bring against somebody for what he has already said, which you are alleging injured your reputation. But look at him saying he wants to sue Kenneth Okonkwo for what Kenneth Okonkwo said he intends to say. Lie.
No, that's not how I understand it.
No, that is what I'm saying. He has already commenced the suing before I said what I said. And when you're dealing with a Peter Obi, it's good to put everything you are saying in writing. What I said is on my X handle. And this is what I said. I said it is unwise for you to sue your spokesperson.
Indeed.
Because in the defense of himself, he may divulge some confidential information. I did not say anything whether it would destroy him or not. That is one. And I said it in response because he has started suing. Defamation suit commences with pre-action notice. Pre-action notice is telling you, you have defamed me. Give me all this. The 5 billion did not commence from the court. It commenced from his pre-action notice. Then the court you're going is just to use it to get those things you have already asked for, which the person said, no, you're not qualified for it. So just look at a man who wants to be president lying, both legally and factually. So what I said is there in the Instagram.
All right. You reminded me of the video because I had it lined up. All right, let's go to Anna Electrical. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes. Okay, yeah. Good afternoon or good evening. Kenneth is disgusting. The kind of things he said in recent times is very disgusting, very inconsistent. He's actually made himself a caricature of whatever reputation he thinks he has. But anyway, he's only digging his grave and he's eventually going to fall into it. Just like Ike, let me take it off from him. Ike had made as if, I'm the one speaking the things he has actually said here. And that's quite true. Extend it to the rest of Nigeria. What of Reno Mockery? Where is he? He's an ambassador designate, right? Why is he not serving? Where is FFK? He's ambassador designate, right? Why is he not serving? The consequences, let me say this. I'm not trying to sound spiritual, but Peter Obi is one Nigerian every responsible and patriotic Nigerian should line behind, because he's been tried and tested. When the time comes, we'll talk about that. But again, that's the man whose parents have sacrificed 2 of their children to the God you serve, you claim you serve. One is a priest. One is a reverend sister. Mine is, if God could not spare Father Mbaka to reprimand him, who is Kenneth Okonkwo and who is the rest of the people? Think of what Father Mbaka went through. just because of his utterances. However spiritually filled he thinks he is. He's a priest of the Most High God, we agree. But look at what he went through. That's by the way. Now, taking on from what Mr. James said earlier, I don't see how Jacinta is a hero. Well, she's a hero to those who she could be a hero to. Immigrants are not the problems of South Africa. It's bad governance. It's just like we had it in Nigeria years ago. Ghana must go. Ghanaians weren't the problem of Nigeria. Just like Ghanaians had it in 1969, Nigerians must go. Nigerians weren't the problems of Ghanaians. Nigerians left. Has Ghana become America or Britain? Ghanaians left Nigeria. Have Nigerians become Britain or Germany? No. The problem is poor leadership. The people should focus on the problem that they have, which is poor leadership, and also there are people being kind of like they allow them to be. Because if you allow bad leadership, you enthrone bad leadership, as Nigeria has successively done since 1999. Okay, leave Obasanjo era. Look at what we've gone through in the past 12 years. Bad leadership. Is Nigeria better off today like it was in 2015 or 2009? No. Until we get it right, until every country gets it right. It's even in America where we are. Immigrants problem, Haiti is the problem. Mexicans are the problem. Are they really the problem? The problem is the system. So all we need to know is we shouldn't be enthroning people who choose to be escapists, trying to make some people scapegoats of their inadequacies and their inefficiencies. And I think that shouldn't be encouraged. Jacinta is not a heroine or a hero. No, she's not. Blaming or killing immigrants, the approach, yes, is terrible. But even the idea of that the immigrants are the problem. Okay, immigrants have left. The problems in South Africa, has it been solved? They're worse off now than they were when the immigrants were there. I'm not condoning the bad atrocities of immigrants in the country of South Africa. I'm not. But immigrants aren't their problems. The problem is they have terrible leadership. I appreciate people like Julius Malema, Thabo Mbeki, who have spoken, very eloquently and well. And that brings to question characters like Trevor Noah and the other guy that goes about jumping up and down, preaching Pan-Africa, whereas he talks absolute nonsense and rubbish, that calls himself Vusi. So why can't you speak out? What you go about reaching every part of Africa, you want Africa to be one, yet you can't even condemn what your people are doing that is antithetical to the things you preach about Pan-Africanism. It makes no sense. I think I will hold it there. It looks like I came a little bit late today. In subsequent editions, we'll be able to say more things.
All right. Thank you, Annie Lechuku. Just so you know, Forefathers, we have another show after this, so you can join that. Let me just correct you. Reno Mokori, you mentioned him. He has a good reason why he has not resumed in Mexico.
Stopped you from resuming your duty? Did the country reject you, or what exactly went on? What is happening? Why are you waiting? Your colleagues in other countries have resumed duty.
No, Mexico has not rejected me, not at all. You should understand that Mexico is right now hosting the World Cup.
See? That's the reason
World
why
Cup is over, and Mexico lost. Tell him to go.
I don't know. People come here and say anything they like. This is why he has not resumed.
Okay.
By the way, when I played Kenneth Okonkwo, in my mind, I was thinking that I'm happy that he was not a journalist. He was an actor and then a lawyer. But then we have our friend here.
I also knew that all the social media rabid attacks, he endorses it. Yeah. That's how he operates. But, he'll maintain dignified distance and act like if he sees you, greet you like. Yeah. But besides that facade, Peter Obi can lie. Yeah. When we were running for election, I noticed something about him. If Peter Obi wants to take a private jet, he will go and enter through commercial place. So I greet everybody. You think and then they'll bring a vehicle and put him to go to the private jet area. One day we arrived, and we came to campaign, and I think we're both in Lagos. We arrived on the same flight. This one was a commercial flight. And he waited for me. Maybe they deliberated at the entrance of the plane. And I greeted him. By that very time, we took pictures. I had not left. I posted the picture myself, and these people were like, Shore has bowed down for B. But here is the next part. So we entered the vehicle. I saw him entering a vehicle, and I followed. Turns out he was going to the private section where they treat VIPs.
Oh.
And then saw him with a whole coterie of, I said, but you came alone, and they were all there. Apparently, those ones probably flew on a private jet.
Okay.
But he decided to fly commercial. And I now asked the guy who was driving, because we were in a car, a Hilux van. I said, let's wait and see what Peter will be driving. Because I was actually expecting that he was driving, the Innocent Motors.
Okay.
Peter Obi had nothing less than 10 big Toyota SUVs waiting for him. There was this Mercedes Space bus. And I was telling myself, why do you have to lie? So why do you have to cover up all this? Nobody's going to be upset with you that you're a presidential candidate if you have a convoy. But look at this trajectory. And that packaging is his style.
Yeah.
And if you want to get away with fine.
All right. So let's go to Vie. I think I will make a statement on journalism maybe at the end. That's my own rant. Vie, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Ike, I know you they follow INEC timetable. To know when you are waiting for INEC to tell you when campaign starts or end. Me, I see INEC timetable as in the government timetable, in this case, Bola Ahmed Tinubu timetable, so I don't go with that. But aside that, at this point, 6 months to election, anybody who is never believes there is a contest between Tinubu and the rest of them, I'm voting for him at the other side to laugh. But if I laugh now, they will say I know they're serious. And when I don't see others, I'm a conspiracy theorist. So I'll wait. And again, I will say, go and watch this Catholic bishop video again. If Tinubu sounds like somebody who is still worrying about some vote, the pushback to the message with them bring on tells you everything you want to know. That every deal necessary to be made has already been made. The only competition I'm seeing going to 2023, why I'm still paying keen attention, is that of between Obi and Atiku, who finished second. If Obi finished second and maybe better his numbers, it's still on the play for 2031. Even though the conventional gentleman agreement says otherwise, but we have young people coming of age who will put that constitution to test. But if the other round is the case, if Atiku comes second and better his numbers, it's also standing a better chance to be the next president coming in from the northern angle. Because I don't see anybody who won't come out being the most popular person with the number backing him up, where they will say made them sit down just because he's old. That is left to be proven. So to say Tinubu see the contest with the rest of them is to say you are not ready to play. The response was very clear. If na person with the 6 months to election, a group of elites represent a very wide section of the citizens, Catholic for that matter. The way I would say maybe like 45 to 50% of the Christians in Nigeria, then come to you. No matter what they do to you, if you never secure your vote, you pipe low, you play along, but they might fight back. That's a telling. 6 months to election, do your worst. Mokuna gather on our votes. Let's go to war. So, and again, anybody can read me as the one. Maybe I think I'm too blunt as you, but that's what is at play here. So it's not be by every other thing na carnival. So Obi is still in the race. We want to challenge the war. Obi is still in the race because it's still the same thing with Atiku. That's where the competition is. But as far as I'm concerned, in 2027, the result is very clear. And if you are waiting 6 months, you see the wait. May I tell you when you will begin mobilize? It means that you don't understand the competition you are taking part in. The third year, the last year of election, not to this, make sure all your organization out there, pocket organization in the village, you are synchronizing them, making sure everybody is in one accord. That's what it is at last, that's the home straight year. But if by 2020, 6 months to election, you never even know where your party will even go forward, nothing is, then that says I'll wait at the other end. And again, I have a lot of questions to ask. Why is it that now when Tinubu finalized the tickets with Shetima, that our Christian brothers in America step up their game? Because it was almost at the same time the boot on ground by the Donald Trump administration left to America. So it was kind of a good omen for the APC government in power. But all of a sudden, the Christian genocide narrative mission pick up again in America, and Obasanjo finally make it clear officially that he's in charge and he's officially backing the ticket. Even the image that they gave us a couple of days ago was also accompanied by a religious leader, then followed by this angle. So nothing they happen, nothing in politics. There's no conspiracy or not coincidence.
All right.
So I am not following my. I know they follow INA calendar and INA calendar because my bullet Tinubu calendar with that.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry, Rudolph, just sorry. Can I just make a little Webolo? Sorry, I don't know which one I'll call you now, but what I'm seeing there is a Webolo, right? Okay, one, I like to let. I'm a Catholic, okay? I'm a Christian, but I'm a Catholic. I want you to also remember that the Catholic wants to have a prayer back in the days. 2 prayers we pray every Sunday after Mass. Prayer for Nigeria, prayer against bribery and corruption in Nigeria, and prayer for Nigeria in distress. Abacha didn't survive it. That prayer started when Abacha was on the throne. Abacha didn't survive that prayer. He died on top of me. You heard it this year, right? He didn't survive that. So don't eulogize, don't take them for granted.
No,
that's my side.
I wonder now only non-Catholic the prayer they affect because hold on, the kind of atrocity that is going on in Vatican. Why is it the prayer no they make have any effect?
We're talking about Nigeria, right? We're talking about Nigeria.
We're talking about a society, a political organization called Catholic Church. That's what we are talking about.
All right.
Okay.
Another thing I just want to say, I'm sorry, Rudolph, please just oblige me. My other thing I just want to say is I've heard all you just said now. Tinubu this continuing in 2000 and next year, right?
That's right.
Is it a country you want? I think you live in America, right? Is that a country you're proud of?
Is that how you read? Is that how you read reality, or you are just talking?
Okay, this is why
you speaking to reality.
Okay, hold on, guys.
Because I'm a realist. I speak.
If we're ranting, I don't allow comments because of this, because it takes us away from what we're doing. I want it to be a continuous ranting from different people. So after that, people can maybe make a comment. Let me. I lost my track. Let me just play this because Ovia mentioned. I want to pause where Kenneth Okonkwo's face appear for those who may want to see very well. And look at how he shook the hand of Atiku and the smile on his face.
Doctor, to be fair to him, he's shaking the hand of the former vice president.
Oh, I don't know. So he is incoming president. All right. So let's go to forefathers. Rant.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know, man. Sometimes I feel like the Southeasterners, they tend to be quite easily manipulated. Because while we watch at the time when they were supposed to get a Southeastern candidate, Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa and Otto Padot were going crazy in the Southeast. And after Tinubu became president, suddenly they wrapped everything up. It's almost as if it was all orchestrated, even you can't even make it up. The entire thing doesn't make sense if you look at Nigeria sometimes. And that's why sometimes when I look at, people should be careful who they consider their leaders. Because when I look at the way Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa were behaving and all of that, I'm like, these guys, they are not helping their own people. They are doing everything to sabotage them. And now they have all been wrapped up and they've gone quiet. Everything has gone quiet suddenly. When the damage is done, another 8 years, then maybe on another route again, then another 8 years before a Southeastern president will emerge. This time should have been a Southeastern president. But somehow it was squandered. For no justifiable reason, really, when you think about it. From Wike to, including Peter Obi, by the way. And even after that, Peter Obi got 12 states and came a healthy third. And as an opposition leader, I don't think he has done very well. And even if he comes second this time, it doesn't fill me with confidence that he's going to be a president in waiting. And this is I don't understand why our Nigerian policies maybe is different from other countries, but I think you make your destiny to an extent. And nobody is going to touch Peter Obi. They know in full well that that's going to set that country on fire. So he should have really, really done more with the power he had. If Wike had 12 million votes, I mean, how many votes? I mean, was it 6 million or 3 million? That Wike came 10 in an election. Tinubu will never sleep. He will not let Tinubu sleep. Every day, Tinubu will be waking up dreaming. He will be waking up with cold sweat. He's not going to rest. But Peter Obi just let them do whatever they like, get away with everything. And I don't know why the political class of the Southeast don't tend to show bravery. For some reason in Nigerian politics. And when they show bravery, it's when they are doing separatist stuff. Why? Why is it? Why are you not showing bravery when you are in national politics? I don't understand that. But that is a recipe for isolating this in kind of ostracizing yourself from the country's top positions. And I don't see why Kenneth Okonkwo is sitting there waiting for it's just unseemly, waiting for somebody to shake their hand like they are gods, all the way from Dubai, where he's probably a small boy there. I don't know. All these people that you see in Nigeria, they're acting like gods here. When they go to Igbo country, they are house boys there. So when you see how they behave when they are overseas, that's when you know they are truly nobodies. But in Nigeria, they act like gods, and they don't have the power to do anything. And people that just think that what's his name, Tinubu is a shoe-in for office. Yes, Tinubu 70-80% is going to make it there, but the campaign hasn't started. You don't know what is going to happen. He could fall down. He could all kinds of crazy stuff. Campaigns, he could say something. All kinds of weird stuff happens in campaign. Democracy, you will be surprised. The day after the election, Tinubu is backing out. You will be like, what just happened? I thought this was over. I've seen many cases in democracy where this has happened, where you think the whole thing has been decided a long time ago. Then Obama wasn't supposed to be president. It was supposed to be Hillary Clinton. Like, clearly, it was supposed to be Hillary Clinton. But somehow Obama made it to become president. So you can't just assume stuff that easily. And even some people even argue that Jonathan was supposed to remain a president, but he didn't. So we don't necessarily know everything. All these people are just, especially, I really wish Tinubu carry on becoming cocky and becoming, like he's already a done deal. That is a jinx. In politics, it's a dangerous game to play when you start becoming complacent, that you have already made it into office. But we'll see. Maybe he's going to make it there. Chances are that he's going to make it there because Peter Obi and the opposition, they've not done a good job of it. Let's face it. Anybody that's supposed to be have to understand that even you that is supporting him, if you have his votes, you do more damage than he has done. If I had his votes, I'm telling you, Tinubu will campaign by force. Buala will not be able to cover enough for him. Because all you have to do is be saying stuff, then they will have to keep defending themselves. And because those things you are going to be saying is true, that's what makes it more damaging. They will have to be responding constantly. But do you see anybody doing that to the government? No. Atiku will release one statement every 2 weeks. Peter Obi would say one thing. Like they don't. If you are in the UK here, they will not let you rest. Every Wednesday you are coming to defend yourself in this thing in the House of Parliament here. That's how you are supposed to pester a leader like Tinubu. If Peter Obi had pestered him a lot, that's why people that support Jagaban, they hate Peter Obi a lot. Because whenever he criticizes Tinubu, they come after them. But he should never have stopped. Because as long as the reason why you're criticizing me is to better Nigeria and it's for the Nigerian good. Why are you stopping? What is he going to do to kill you? Let him try now. If he kills you, then you get the Southeastern president. You see what I mean? If, say, Peter Obi fought Tinubu and they go and do something and kill him, then either you get the Southeastern president for sure, or this country is going to fall apart. Why are you afraid? Peter Obi is going to still die someday. Why are they always holding back all the time? If you are doing the right thing, why are you holding back? Why is it that when you want to be brave is when you want to do separatist movement? I don't understand that. But I said, in terms of Elon Musk, the madman that keeps talking about all this population nonsense. You know, our people, they don't value population. I see how Elon Musk is quaking at his boots that Nigerians have got 4 million more people than Europeans. Because population does matter. Our people are seeing it like a problem. Like, oh, we shouldn't have population. We shouldn't grow at all. No. Population is power. When Africa gets to its threshold population that the world cannot stop anymore, that's what people like Elon Musk is afraid of. Many Europeans, many people around the world, Africa is the only continent that is growing significantly in population right now. And we should be capitalizing on it. We should be using it to defend ourselves. We should be using it to better our laws so that we can go back to our country and enjoy it. This thing that we keep going overseas every time, thinking that overseas is the solution. I noticed that Dr. Dabages was a little bit scared that Mr. James was saying everybody should go home. Are you afraid to go back to Nigeria?
No, it wasn't that I was afraid. I just felt that we needed to.
No, I was just joking. I know you're not afraid.
No, you see, that's why we're on this forum. We're trying to say that Nigeria will be better. For those of us who want to go home, we can go home. That's the reason.
Truly, and the thing is that, and what the was it Oni of Ife, what he was saying about Nigeria improving, what he didn't say was those things that is making Nigeria improve. It's not this government that did it. And this is why I don't like when they do this. They will just try to claim the advantage of Dangote refinery, Buhari refinery, all this. Nigeria is going to improve. There's going to be improvement, and that's the thing people should understand. And maybe that's what is giving Tinubu this confidence that he has right now, because he knows the currency is going to get stronger. You notice that the Oba said the same thing, because the value-added manufacturing that is going on in Nigeria now, that is why we are getting more reserve. And our oil output is also increasing. Iran war is increasing crude oil prices. You can see all the omens. Even before he came into office, everything was favoring this president. As a matter of fact, the fact that people are not calling him the best president of all time shows you how much he has squandered it already. All the omens was favoring him. Buhari left a lot of good things for him. Buhari didn't get anything like he got. Buhari came into office, crude oil price was... There was a time crude oil price went to zero under Buhari. During COVID-19, as a matter of fact, it went to negative under Buhari. That is what... And yet, Buhari still managed to leave all these legacies for him to build upon. And the fact that people are still seeing him as a failure now shows that he himself has failed the kind of vision Buhari had for him. Because I said he had it in his power to be the greatest president Nigeria has ever seen. Nigerian GDP should be heading towards $1 trillion right now, instead of languishing somewhere below 200 and just going to $300 billion. This is a guy that came into office with the Nigerian GDP at $477 billion. Right now, we are struggling to get back there We are struggling to get back. I don't think we are going to get back there in his first term. We are going to get back there maybe after 5 years if he's in office in the 5th year. So that is what we are talking about. I don't like when people do that because nobody actually checks the numbers to say, you know what, all this you are saying, he's not the one that did it. Give me one policy this president has done that generated income for Nigeria. Give me one policy. Let them come and tell me.
But forefathers, you want him to be president in 2027. You want him to continue.
I don't want him to be president. Why would I want him to be president?
Your narrative suggests that.
No, I'm describing the reality.
I know, not now, but
I'm describing the reality.
The trajectory of your.
No, it's not him. It's not. See, you have to understand. It's not him that is doing it. It's Dangote, Boa Refinery, all those things. Those are the ones doing it, not him.
All right, we have to round up. I have Dexter left, but let me hear Mr. James. He has to go. He's in Gambia. It's night. Mr. James, go ahead. You said you wanted 2 seconds.
I want to say one or two things about the center in South Africa. You remember there was a time Buhari said that Nigerian youths are lazy. If Nigerian youths are not lazy, there's no reason why they should vote APC to power, despite all the horrendous atrocities he committed. To be lazy or strong does not require muscles. It depends on how you use your brain. Some time ago, I think on this very program right now, I said something. I remember something my friend told me in high school. We were discussing, and he said that there's the popular opinion that the Yorubas are lazy people. Then he said he disagreed because the only Yoruba man who has been able to confront the military headlong is Fela Nicola Kwakutu. What that man did, no other person in Nigeria has done it. He confronted the military headlong, and we saw the results. Now, in Africa, there have been a lot of cases of expulsion of aliens in Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda. Aliens were expelled during Idi Amin's time, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, and quite a lot of other countries. In all these instances I've cited, and many more I cannot remember, nobody instigated the government to do it. It is a government decision. But in the case of South Africa, it is Jacinta and her group that forced the government to do it. To be a hardworking fellow, you don't need to have muscles. As I said earlier on, engineering does not require muscles, it requires brains. They use their brain to hold their government to account. It is true the economy is bad, but how do we hold these people to account? How do we make them lose the next election? This is where they use their brains that to achieve this goal, let us tell the immigrants to leave. The immigrants have left, the jobs are not available. That is true. But come the next election, you'll see the effect of what they are doing. In the case of Nigerian youth, if you look at the opportunities we have right now, Ovie was making this point some years ago. If you look at the opportunities Nigerian youths have right now, they are misusing it, because if you look at Buhari, Duncan Bali, Obasanjo, and the other guys, with virtually bare hands, they were able to seize the government. They toppled government and established their own government. They don't have communication networks that we have now. No, I mean, the facilities at our disposal right now, they were not having it. They used their just mere rational reasoning to achieve what they did, and they shape the society in a way they want. So to be a hardworking guy, you don't need to have muscles or use physical power. We Nigerians, whenever we go out, we always say we are very hardworking. Tell me one thing that we are doing that other African countries are not doing. In South Africa, you have Nigerian medical doctors in their hospitals. You also have Ghanaians. You have Malawians. You have Zimbabweans and others from other African countries. In their engineering factories, Nigerians are there. Other nationals are there. So we are not doing anything special which other countries are not doing. So the habit of saying that we are hardworking people, in my opinion, it is wrong. If we are hardworking, we should do what other countries have not done. During the war against apartheid, when Kwame Nkrumah government was toppled in 1966, Nigeria unilaterally took over that responsibility and did what other African countries could not do. They looked up to us till eventually we collapsed. So Jacinta is my star.
That is a horrible thing to say, you know, just because she diagnosed a problem.
She has the brain. She has the brain.
What is it? She just being xenophobic.
Excuse me. She has the brain which you and me lacked.
No. She was just being xenophobic.
But the Pamela allegedly received 400 million. Allegedly.
If she has the brain, she go after her government.
Snakes are swallowing money in your country. Crude oil is being stolen every day.
That is true, but if Jacinta had brain, she will go after her government, not go after innocent pregnant women.
You and me, to take the government to task, which we have not done. We're a bunch of lazy fools.
No, you can, you can call us all you want, but I'm telling you that Jacinta is not a genius.
Excuse me. When I say we, I'm included.
I understand.
Jacinta is destroying our country's economy. That is not genius.
You and me, we are a bunch of lazy fools. This is
why. See, that's why I'm here.
I don't mind if you call us lazy fools, but I'm just telling you that Jacinta is not an Einstein. She's destroying our country's economy. She's destroying our country's image. She's not going after her government. What are we talking about here? She's going after pregnant women.
All right, guys. We have to go. From Dexter. Dexter, go ahead.
Hi, Dr. Dakotis. Good afternoon. Good morning. I've been listening on the background also. So my rant. You know, I think we are mentally enslaved in Nigeria, and everybody that was born, I'll say after I listened to Edmond Obilo today, and there's something he said. He said macroeconomics means nothing. That you only know Nigeria is changing when the policeman on the road does not stop you to collect money. When the civil servant stops asking you to tip him off, that's when the country is changing. And that is the metrics you would use to know whether the country is changing. It's not all these reserve has increased, or we are all those topics, those GDP, all those things don't matter. It's in the real life of the people that you would know change has come. The second thing he said is that one of the things the colonial masters did was that they didn't make us that the education they delivered to us was not to make us to think. It was just to make us to read, pass exams, and get degrees and get certificates. That's why you have many Nigerians, they come today. I have many friends got scholarships, NDD scholarship, ESO scholarship, Commonwealth scholarships. They came to the UK, went around the world, they didn't do anything with the degrees they came back. I met a friend, I said, where is your master's? Have you finished your PhD? She said, oh yes, I finished it. I said, bring the work, let's commercialize it. She said, no. I said, why? He said, no, it's going, that there are some works that you can't make anything out of it. It's just for the library. Our mind, and I can see it when I listen to some more comments here. I just see that the mindset, we can't think. Some people feel like the condition that
other men masters.
Some of us, and you know the way the colonial masters made it, they didn't make
exactly. You are literally indicting yourself.
We can't look at something objectively and interrogate it. We can't. But what we want is either we are doing a copy and paste, or the ability to look at situations and interrogate it and try, what if we go this way, what if we go, that is how societies grow. But the way the average Nigerian, and the truth about it that a lot of people you see from the generation after 1970, they don't have the capacity to think. That's why somebody will come here and say, it's as if somebody that has not won an election, somebody that has never contested a local government election, who is the one that wants to tell us how the strategy to win election. This person, the way this person is doing it is not how. And the military government also helped to that, because of the way military systems work. It's either their way or there's no other way. So you have a group of Nigerians that have gone into the ability to think has disappeared. The the fatty forefathers talking about the UK, but he doesn't realize that you cannot layer the UK parliamentary system on top of Nigeria. Don't you realize that? You cannot layer it. But your mindset is already like that. You already conclude that Tinubu has won the election. You're not even thinking of what is the arguments we can bring to the table. What are the realities that are on ground? People don't even care about the people. Some of our comments just show that we don't even care about the people. It's just because maybe many people that come here, your life is good. Your life is good. The kidnapping doesn't affect you. The death doesn't affect you. The people, forefathers keeps talking about living in river states. This guy never went to the creeks. This guy never went to where you get water, and you hold it for
How dare you? How dare you? Have you been to the creeks? How do you know I've not been to the creeks?
You have not been there. Forefathers, you have not drank from that water. I can tell you because I live there. I can tell you because the comments I hear from you, if you were living in the tush areas, you were living a good life. Do you know the chaos that things like Debam had in Port Harcourt? Do you know the chaos? Do you know the young children that were assaulted because of the cultism in Port Harcourt? Do you know about it? So that's why I said now the way to go about education, because I think Bob Marley sang that song, emancipate your minds from mental slavery. You know, nobody can free you but yourself. It's not about to go to universities and get, I got my master's or I got my PhD. No. It's what can we do? During the Second World War, some of the biggest inventions were made by people in their homes. The radar system, how the British were able to use, what do you call it again? The wavelength to be able to take pictures. It was people, two engineers at home that improved it, and they were using the new radar system to take pictures. And the Germans had stopped their own research on short wavelengths. On a short wavelength, they feel that with short wavelengths, you won't get enough energy to be able to take pictures. But the British, two engineers at home doing trial and tests. My point is that what is the hope for the young Nigerians when the older ones are bereft of thought? You have young Nigerians hoping, looking at the global system and hoping that their country will change, hoping that their country will give them something better. Some of us come here and say, oh, they should just accept that Tinubu is the best thing after sliced bread. Oh, because of the political narrative that has been drummed into their heads since 1983, that, okay, except the establishment chooses somebody, the people have no option. And what Mr. James is telling us is that the people have option. That is what Jacinta has done, whether you like it or not. What she has proved is that the people have option. That is what she has just proved. Nigerian people have an option, but they have to stand up. People, not all this gaslighting, as if, okay, no, he has to do like this. Some of us are just sitting down here waiting for in the Bible, where the angel turns the pool, waiting for their turn to enter in. That's what some of us are doing here. Okay, wait for your turn when it's your turn. No, I don't support her. But what she's showing us in Africa is that if we want change, like he said, people are looting money and people are sitting back at home. People are look. Your president, what was more important to him was to buy a jet, build a new house for the vice president. Things that were irrelevant. People were dying, people are hungry. The tractors they said they were going to give farmers, nothing. So again, you have Nigerians that are comfortable with it, because some of us now, maybe the bread has fallen on the right side for you. Time has come for the average Nigerians to realize that we can't be waiting for INEC to determine whether it is. No. By the time the people take the battle and say, it's not about INEC telling us, okay, announcing the results in the night, or people going to change results in the collation center. No. People have to stand up, like Jacinta stood up. Even if you can say she stood up for the wrong reason, we should be able to stand up for the right reason. And some of us need to go down to the roots and see what is happening to the people. Go and live in Esreket. Go and live in Orong. A place that has been feeding Nigeria for ages is left dead. And let me tell you something about mining. The moment the oil, go to Olobiri now. The moment the oil is over, the moment the oil runs dry, everybody will forget that place and it will be desolate. There will be no restoration for the place. The time is now for the people in the creeks to get the best deal for themselves. There's no reason why there shouldn't be skyscrapers there. There's no reason why all the head offices of the oil companies should not be in Bonny. Anyway, thank you for the damages.
Can I respond to this guy talking about the creeks? I don't know what you know about the creeks. I've got scars of me that I got from the creeks. So when you talk about the
you
creeks,
are from Bakassi. What are you talking about?
And then you start to talk about us reprogramming ourselves when you are calling other women's husbands masters here. Who needs to have their head examined? At the same time, then you start saying that Jacinta is doing the right thing. She's backed by the government. It's like somebody that is backed by Tinubu doing something. You want that person to emerge from Nigeria, in Nigeria? And who said I was backing Tinubu for government?
Misquoting me. I didn't say Jacinta is doing the right thing. Don't misquote me.
Okay, but you said
no. You commended her effort.
You commended her effort.
A wrong effort.
You forget that she's on the wrong side of the spectrum.
It's just like this Aburo, who is the head of Tinubu made the NUT whatever in Lagos, the tout guy who is now Lord and Master of the whole National Union of Road Transport Workers. Like you eulogizing him. That's what Jacinta is like. That girl has destroyed the economy of that country.
Don't misrepresent what I said in my front.
No. See, this is a
we should not Nigerian politics.
I am here. I am here. So don't I am here. Let me clarify. What I told you is this. I said that as much as I don't support what Jacinta is doing, her actions, what she has showed you that the people of Africa, the Nigeria can decide. She has made sure that the people have a say.
But that is wrong. She's backed by the government. Don't forget it. It's not for the people. She's backed by the government.
If you guys can see the lessons, I know that you're emotional about it.
The lesson is not there. If Kabir was opposing the government, it's a different thing. She's not opposing the government. She's working with them.
Hold on. Someone like me is not even wrong.
Going after her,
I understand context. Understand that. That you can't be eulogizing. You can't reinforce a wrong narrative or a wrong action to make it good. That's wrong.
All right.
This girl has destroyed her economy. Can you see that?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I have to reserve my comments for another time. I really appreciate all of you. My sugar is low. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Let me thank those that supported us before we round up. Thank you, Sho, for your support. Thank you, Oriako Tope, for your support. Thank you, BDB, for your support. Thank you, Oscar Blackstone, for your support. And, of course, thank you, Kulata, for your support. These are people that help us to keep the light going. We appreciate them. I want to also remind people who are just joining us that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to do something different. We are going to get somebody to report to us directly from Nigeria on the ground. Hopefully he will be moving around and we'll be able to talk to people there. Again, thank you, everybody who joined us. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Dexter, for being here.
Sorry,
thank you, Mr.
Going to be? What state?
In Lagos.
Oh, cool.
Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you, Ike. Thank you, Anela Chukwu. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, Forefathers. Forefathers, we have a show immediately after this that will continue the conversation. I appreciate all of you. Thank you, my producer, executive producer, Show, for all your help. Thank you, the writers, Ngozeka, IBK, and Ola, our graphic designer, for all your support. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Woke up, tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.